Of KosICT 2022. A warm welcome to everybody here in Pristina, in the beautiful city of Pristina here in Kosovo. We're having a great time already yesterday. Lots of ideas, inspiration, perspectives, stories, lots of different stories we heard to kind of help us maybe make sense of some of the things we're doing to move forward in the right direction. So those of you here, we're going to do it all again today. And again, those of you that are joining us wherever you are, we have no idea where you are, but we're all looking at you now, hoping you're with us right now, probably at home, probably not at the office at the weekend. You might be working at the weekend, I don't know, maybe. You might be working all the time at home, in your bedroom right now, waking up, or you may just be almost going to bed. Before going to bed, having a nice cup of coffee, hot chocolate, you're tuning in from another part of the world to here to Kosovo. Wherever you are, a warm welcome, and we're going to again have a great day ahead of us today. My name is Peter Hopwood. Those of you that don't know already, I am a speaker, media, pitch coach, TEDx coach. I help people to stand on stages just like this one and share their stories, help brands, help teams really share their messages well. And I'm looking forward to so many great messages on this stage today, as you are as well, I'm sure. Yes, you are. Right. We start off, we jump in, first of all, no messing around at all. We begin by jumping into the word of blockchain. I say that word, it means many things to many people. Along that scale, along the spectrum, a lot of you will have a lot of ideas about what that means. Some of you maybe a little bit less. Regardless of your perspective right now, what we're going to have very shortly is a kind of overview of really what it was, what it is, and where we're going as well. I'm intrigued as much as you are ready to hear what the next gentleman really has to say. Please welcome to the stage right now, Professor and Head of the Department of International Management, the module of University of Vienna in Austria, naturally, Mr. Horst Trebelmeier.
Thank you, Peter. And thank you all very much for your hospitality. It's the first time for me in Kosovo. It's the first time in Pristina. I didn't have any time yet to explore the city, but I'm going to do this tomorrow. And I make sure I get some flair. I've heard a lot about your local cuisine, and I'm sure for me it's not the last time. Just in case you're going to make it to Vienna, please make sure you're visiting our university, Modul University, because it's located on top of Kahlenberg, and it's a very famous tourist destination. So the last 6 years I've been sitting in here, overlooking Vienna and doing research on blockchain. And it's getting increasingly complicated for me presenting this topic because I'm never sure who the audience is going to be. And I'm on the main stage, so what I'm doing today is more like a business presentation. It's not too technical, but I would like to get a feeling for how much experience you have. So if you have owned some cryptocurrency, or if you own some cryptocurrency, please raise your hand for a second. Or some of you have, some of you don't. That's usually the case. So I hope that's something in it for everyone. I'm going to start with the history. And I'm starting with Bitcoin. Of course, that's a logical starting point. Bitcoin didn't come out of nowhere. It was basically a very clever mix of different technologies. And the one person or the group, we don't know who he, she, or they are, was Satoshi Nakamoto, who created this stew of technologies. So he combined something that's called proof of work. It's one way to make sure it's one part of a consensus mechanism. And he combined digital cash, he combined a solution for Byzantine fault tolerance. He put everything together and created something that was ingenious. Actually, the first time I heard about Bitcoin, I didn't fully get it because I was aware of these electronic payment systems, and I thought, wow, somebody finally found a solution, so what's in it for me? I can save 2 or 3% for transactions. That's nice, but that's basically it. I didn't see the big picture. And the big picture was financial inclusion, for example. So Bitcoin is a system that can be used by everybody, and there's nobody who can stop you from using it. And there's one technology behind Bitcoin that's called blockchain that opens up the door for many, many other applications. And the one thing you need to understand that Bitcoin opens up the doors for the Internet of Value. So for the first time in history, it was possible to shift value over the Internet between peers. If you send out an email or if you send somebody a picture, then you're not sending the picture itself or the email, you're sending a copy of it. But if you send me a Bitcoin, please do, then you're sending me the real thing. You know, you don't own it anymore, and that's the difference. So let's look at the history. It started in 2009, and this is the Bitcoin price evolution, by the way. And in the first couple of years, so from 2009 to 2015, not that much has happened. And you can see it in the price of Bitcoin. Of course, there was something going on in the background. There were cryptographers and computer scientists who got the idea, but the general public didn't take notice. And this changed in around 2015, 2016. A book came out from the Deb Scotts, The Blockchain Revolution. And if you read this book, you might get a little bit dizzy because there's so many application scenarios in there. You might say, how is it possible that the same technology solves the problem of financial inclusion, can help to foster sustainability, can provide solutions for, I don't know, healthcare, supply chain management, and so on and so on. And the basic idea is you need to understand what's going on in the background. So let's look at the history. What happened after the blockchain revolution? There was the blockchain winter. I could experience this. There were some guys around who said, you don't need blockchain for anything. So every kind of hype, there is some kind of counter hype. And in 2015, 2016, blockchain was the silver bullet for everything. And then the use cases didn't come up. And so people were saying, we don't need blockchain at all. In the meantime, situation has changed quite a bit. And nowadays we have a more fine-grained view. And this is a decision chart. I'm not going through it. And I'm not expecting you to be able to read all it, but the basic idea behind it is that you have to ask yourself some questions in order to figure out if you need a blockchain solution and what kind of specific blockchain solution you need. The first question you need to ask yourself, do you have a decentralized business model? Because blockchain technology is all about decentralization. It's about peer-to-peer. Everybody is on the same level. You don't need a hierarchy. You don't need one single entity, one person, one organization saying what's the truth, but everything is being done on a common level. Then you need to ask yourself questions about trust, about processing speed, about all these features that you need for your business model, and depending on the answers, you can come up with different kind of blockchain solutions that might be suitable for you. So in a nutshell, blockchain is not a silver bullet. There are many blockchains out there, but there might be one that's ideal for your business model. Yeah, actually, like many people in the blockchain space, I got myself a sports car, I got myself a Lamborghini. I even have it here. So this one is a green Lamborghini. And I also got myself a tractor for demonstration purposes. And I'm always asking my students the question, which one is better? And they always come up with the right answer. It depends on what you want to do. If you want to win a race, Lamborghini might be the better choice. If you have some harvest that you need to bring in, then use the tractor. And the same thing with blockchain solutions. Before I'm going to talk about different solutions, let's talk about the definition I came up with. So blockchain is something that's decentralized. I already mentioned that. That means there is no specific hierarchy. Everybody has the same rights. A blockchain takes transactions and puts them in blocks. And those blocks are kind of connected in a very ingenious way. You take a checksum of one block and put it in the next block. So what this does is that if you make any changes in the past, you can immediately identify that. So you cannot change history. And that's a core issue of blockchain. You create tamper-proof and immutable records. And the way you do this can be done in ways such that everybody is allowed to read data on the blockchain. That's a public blockchain. Or it could be the case that you have a restricted circle of organizations or people who are allowed to do so, then you have a private blockchain. And you can also differentiate between who is allowed to write something or validate something on a blockchain. If everybody can do that, it's permissionless. If you have a group of organizations or people, then it's permissioned. And so you have a very basic schema. And of course, Bitcoin is a public and permissionless blockchain. That means you can participate if you like, you can enter anytime, you can exit anytime, and you can read everything that's on the Bitcoin blockchain. Private and permission solutions, some people even claim they are not real blockchain solutions. I'm a little bit more tolerant. They are restricted when it comes to the circle of people or organization that can participate. And those are very often used for supply chain solutions. And I have a picture here of a lot of different dogs. I just wanted to point out, like with cars or dogs, you have so many different species or breeds. And if you need a watchdog, most likely you don't pick a Chihuahua. If you need a dog you can place in your handbag, a Great Dane would be a poor choice. Same thing with blockchain. There is no one blockchain solution. There are many, many out there. And I came up with a pyramid. Actually, that's a paper I'm working on. And the idea is I want to split up the whole ecosystem in 3 layers. So on the very lowest layer is all the technology. And this is something I would say that's interesting for the CTOs, the computer scientists, the cryptographers. They are concerned with what kind of consensus mechanism are you using? And what kind of cryptography are you using? I still remember in 2017 I attended a panel discussion. There was one guy in the audience who said, blockchain is not going to work because it's based on cryptography, and in the future we're going to have quantum computers and that will break everything. And just a couple of weeks ago, one blockchain called Algorand now implemented quantum secure computing. And the same thing can be done in Bitcoin. So there's constantly something changing on the lowest level, but this is something that usually is more interested for the developers, technicians, and there's a lot going on. On the next level, we talk about management. We have emerging properties. And this is the interesting part for you who are thinking about creating new business models. We have immutability of data. Yes, I know it's not perfect. We can discuss this. But more or less the idea of blockchain is to have data that you cannot change anymore. Just think about the implications for accounting. You can audit data on the fly. What else do we have? For example, programmability. We can put smart contracts. Those are little programs that are being executed in a deterministic manner, which means you know exactly what you're getting and you can potentially also inspect them. We can put those smart contracts on blockchain and we can create systems that are very predictable and fair. Or we can have shared data access. Just think about supply chain management. Every entity in the supply chain has access to the same data at the same point in time in real time. And that's kind of revolutionary. So those are the properties that are emerging. And I would say those are interesting for management. And on the highest level are all those applications, all those use cases you can create by combining these properties. And in the past 6 years or so, I came across many, many applications that wouldn't work without a blockchain in the background. So if I'm in a jury or if I'm on an advisory board of a startup, I'm always asking one question first. Why do you need a blockchain? And I can tell you there are many, many applications out there which cannot be done without a blockchain. I'm giving you a couple of examples in a second. I have to mention we have trade-offs. There is no perfect solution. There is no silver bullet. A very famous trade-off comes from Vitalik Buterin, one of the co-founders of Ethereum, one of the most popular blockchains. And he said, we have this issue between decentralization. If we have a system that's totally decentralized, like Bitcoin, everybody can join, it might have some implications for example, scalability. How many transactions per second can you process? And it might also have issues for security, because if you have something where everybody, people you don't know, can join, then security level might be a completely different one than what you would have if you would know everybody. But even that is an oversimplification. Let's look at a table that colleagues of mine did from Karlsruhe. I'm not expecting you to be able to read this table, but this is more fine-grained. they're outlining many more trade-offs than just the security trilemma. Maybe some of you have heard about the trilemma, but I'm not sure about this table. For example, they have the block size and transaction fee in the first row, and many, many other trade-offs. Again, think about cars. Each car has specific features, and you also have trade-offs. If you have a spacey one, most likely it's not good for using it in the city and so on. What I'm going to do now, I have to keep an eye on the time. I'm going to show you a couple of examples. I promised in the beginning I give you some appetizers, some use cases, and I took some from a recent article of mine in which I investigated the use of blockchain in tourism. And you will see there are many, many ideas you can take here and apply to other areas. I've done research on blockchain in healthcare, blockchain in supply chain management, blockchain in e-voting. So it's always blockchain, but the basic principles are always the same. First application would be payments. Do we have an issue? So I keep it here and pay attention that... Is it working? Another block, a stumbling block. Yeah, so first thing, of course, payments. That's the number one use case. You know, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a payment system. Many people nowadays using it as a store of value because they expect the value to go up. But basically, you can make payments. I made payments with Bitcoin in the past. What are the advantages? First of all, you can save transaction fees because basically cryptocurrencies based on blockchain are intended to be more efficient and cheaper than traditional currency or monetary systems. If it's not the case, then it's just because many of those applications are still in an early stage. There's very fast settlement. Very often you will hear that people are telling you, oh, it takes so long before you settle a transaction on Bitcoin, and with Visa, so it's much faster. It's a difference in perception. In Bitcoin, if you really want to make sure that transaction is final, you should wait for about 6 blocks, which is about 1 hour. Then you can be very sure that history won't be changed. But keep in mind, if you're using Visa or some kind of credit card payment system, it's not a settlement system. Transactions are not final. It's just information being sent around. And you can attract new audiences. Here you can see a couple of screenshots of companies I was interviewing, and they are using cryptocurrencies to reach out to the younger generation that is willing to use their wallets and to pay with crypto. Let's see, is it working? I think my remote is stuck. Oh yeah, not sure how many of you have seen the Champions League final in May 2022. Liverpool and Real Madrid. Real won 1-0, but the whole game was delayed for 36 minutes. I was sitting in front of my TV. I'm more like an armchair soccer fan. But I was confused because I had to wait a long time before the game started. And the reason for that is that they had issues with fake tickets before the stadium. And you can see on these pictures there were many Liverpool fans who had real tickets and who couldn't get in because there were so many fake tickets circulating. And the police was even using tear gas. It's not very convenient if you're a soccer fan, if you have a ticket, if you cannot get in. And I was sitting in front of my TV and taking out my cell phone because I wanted to know if there are already solutions out there for the use of blockchain, in this case NFTs for ticketing, and I found one. Does it work? Okay. Ed Sheeran, for example, was already using blockchain-based non-fungible tokens for tickets. What's the cool thing about this? You cannot fake them. So if you want to avoid issues like that in the future, keep an eye on so-called NFTs. Yeah, NFTs was such a huge hype last year, and now some people are saying NFTs are dead, that I decided to devote some time, and I'm going to show you an example of mine. So NFTs is basically a proof that you own something. It could be something physical. It could be a proof that you own a house or a car or a part of a house, or it could be something digital like those CryptoKitties, one of the first applications, not the first one, but one of the first popular applications of non-fungible tokens on blockchain. And each of these CryptoKitties, each of these cats were different, and you could breed them. It was kind of a computer game. And of course, as so often, people were saying, yeah, it's nice, but are there any real-world applications? And last year, the hype really went up. And this is the first Twitter tweet from Jack Dorsey, and he sold it for $2.9 million US. So you can say, I own the first Twitter tweet, but actually they found it very hard to resell, and now nobody wants to pay money for something like that. So my question was, are there any hands-on application for NFTs? And I created one for a children's hospital in Austria. Actually, this was a project that I just wanted to do for my students, but then I got so much positive response that I thought I'm going to continue further, and if you like, you can get an NFT. It works like that. Oh, by the way, here you have a link to YouTube. I have an instruction how to get those NFTs, and you can also scan it if you like. And one of these pictures costs about, at the moment, I think 26 euro or something like that. So what I did, I got drawings from children from a hospital, so I didn't make these drawings. I couldn't make them as well, and I minted 10 copies of each of 11 drawings, and you can buy them as an NFT, and you have it on your cell phone, and then you have proof that you made a donation. So what are the advantages? First, the transaction fees are pretty low. All of the money goes to the hospital. And of course, at the moment, we still have this volatility with Ethereum, but in the future, it's expected with sharding and technologies like that, the transaction fees will come down. So you have very little friction in between. If you make a donation, almost all of the money goes to the hospital. Second advantage, if you don't believe me that all of the money goes to the hospital, you can go to an Explorer, Polygon Explorer in this case, and you can check it for yourself. You don't have to trust me. Check it out and see where your money goes. What else? We can create a community. If you own an NFT, you can become part of a community, and the hospital, for example, could make a meeting among members and can show them online where the money goes. You can put it on your website to have proof that you donated something. And number 5, you can sell it to somebody else. So if you don't want to have the drawing anymore, sell it to somebody else, and if you do so, 10% of the proceeds automatically go to the hospital. So those are 5 good reasons why you should use an NFT for making donations. And if you say, I'm not so much into NPOs, think about loyalty programs. That would be the commercial counterpart. I think many companies can benefit a lot from using NFTs in the loyalty programs. I'm currently doing research on that, so if you're interested in more information, please let me know in a couple of months. And this is something similar to what I've just told you before. Many loyalty programs nowadays are inefficient. Companies do not know how to handle those future payments. But if you use a blockchain-based solution, you can make it more transparent, you can make it more fungible, and you can make it easier for customers to exchange tokens among themselves and get more offerings. Something completely different. I'm jumping back and forth between the use cases, I know, but please keep in mind all those properties of blockchain. Location tracking. You can easily track the location, for example, in the tourism industry of luggage. And that's a huge market. You can see in 2019 it was 2.5 billion, which dropped to 0.6 billion in 2020. But that was not because of blockchain. But there was another reason I'm not going to mention here, but you all know it now. It's going up again, of course. And blockchain is ideal for tracking and tracing because of the shared data access I've mentioned before. And you can even track people. And there are solutions out there in which this is done in a privacy-preserving manner. So information is only being released if something happens to you. And this is really innovative. Yeah, all kinds of supply chains. It might be interesting for you if you buy some expensive wine to know where it comes from, but the whole topic is much more important. We can include everything that has to do with food safety in here to make sure that no adulterated food or pharmaceuticals are being produced and sold, which could even be harmful to humans. And that's another huge area. Identity management. This is something that was mentioned a couple of times yesterday. And I have to be clear here, it doesn't have to be the case that you need a blockchain for identity management. There are different approaches out there, but it could be the case that you're using one. And the basic idea of identity management would be that you have three parties. You have a holder, which could be you, for example, but it could also be an animal. It could be an object. It could be a truck, an airplane, or a part of an airplane. You want to know where the parts of the airplane come from because they need to have maintenance. Then you need to have an issuer. For example, my university is now issuing credentials on blockchain. The big advantage is they cannot be faked. Think about the tickets. And the final one, the final third party is the verifier who needs information at a specific point in time. It could be a student of us applying for a master's program and the university wants to check if he or she really completed the degree with us. It could be customs who needs to check some kind of good. It could be an airline for checking in. You see how many application scenarios you have here. And the interesting thing is, I mentioned that before, that there are ideas out there how to do this in a privacy-preserving manner if we are talking about human beings. Yeah, since this is about tourism, just think about the Bitcoin idea in the beginning. It was all about disintermediation, meaning getting rid of intermediaries. Bitcoin wanted to get rid of all financial intermediaries like banks if you want to make a transfer. But you can take this concept one level further and, for example, in the tourism industry, you can think about getting rid of all those booking intermediaries, which could be Booking.com, Airbnb, and of course those companies know about those scenarios and they're currently also rethinking their business models. Some of them are integrating cryptocurrency payments, so we have to see how this works out. But the big advantage, of course, would be for the buyers and the sellers that transactions would become cheaper. And yeah, that's my final example. You can see I'm jumping around quite a bit, and the final one would be the credibility of reviews. Could be all kinds of reviews. I'm working together with companies that are doing that for tourism. If you want to review your stay at a hotel, I'm staying here in Pristina, how can companies make sure that my review is authentic and that it was not written by a bot? And you can also use blockchain technology here to guarantee that the person who wrote the review is really the one who consumed the service. So reviews are getting a high level of credibility in the future, hopefully. Yeah, so I can wrap up my presentation in 3 major findings. Please pay attention. All those building blocks of blockchain are currently under development. So if anyone is telling you blockchain can do this, blockchain can do that, it might be true for a specific system at a specific point in time, but there's a lot going on in technical communities. Second one, in the media, you very often read statements that are not true because it's a lack of understanding. And this even pertains to very well-known media, and you will find a lot of, fake news if it comes to sensitive topics like financial systems or disintermediation. So also keep that in mind. And the last one, the future, of course, is uncertain. We have many different options where we could go. One example, for example, is CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, which is a huge topic. For those of you who have not heard about it, please spend some time reading about it. It's a way how digital banks are currently considering creating new monetary systems. They could be on blockchain, but they don't have to be. But they could be implemented in many, many different ways with huge implications for individuals. So the future is uncertain, but it's exciting, and it's up to us, it's up to the developers, it's up to the kids. For the next generation, it's up to us in the main room to create use cases and applications that benefit society, consumers, and organizations. And on the last slide, I have all the contact information. If you want to reach out to me, I'm easy to find. And I'm always happy if somebody sends me an email or connects on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Horst Trebermeyer, thank you so much. Wonderful. There we are. Maybe some of you took pictures of his email, but hey, you're here today, aren't you? You're here today. Grab him, not grab him, but you can have a coffee. You can grab him and have a coffee, whatever you want to do. He's here all day, so again, and that's again for everybody else who comes onto the stage here. Again, you're curious, you'd like to ask more, you'd like to maybe have a chat, have a coffee, chat to the speakers, because that's what they're here for as well, conversations as well. Right, we move on now to our next session, all about 5G non-public networks. 5G mobile networks, naturally disrupting mobile communications, naturally as we know them, but what's going to happen now, an overview of the technical advances of 5G in NPN and the challenges and the huge potential for economic growth. Again, what does all that mean? We'll find out very, very shortly here on stage right now. Please welcome to the stage CEO of Kumore and Research Manager at Aalto University, Mr. Jose Costa Requena.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. As let me see. You put in presentation mode. Yeah. Okay. Just some background. So as you can guess, I'm not Finnish, even though I come from Finland. I hold my permanent resident in Finland, so I moved there around 25 years. I'm originally from Spain, so I really appreciate the organizer to prepare this weather for me, so I feel like at home, really nice. First, I'm not important, you can Google me based on the surname, but I would like to basically introduce briefly Kumukor. The background is that when I moved to Finland, first I moved there because I wanted to do my PhD in the late 90s. In Spain it was really hard, no funding. Then when I ended up, it was very harsh weather, that's the first thing. But then the good thing is that I found Nokia. So then I started working at Nokia simultaneously while doing my PhD. So at that point then it was great because I had the opportunity to see all the history from inside the company, ups and downs. So you might know Nokia with the phones and now with the networks. And then later I decided to quit Nokia and then founded Kumukor with the idea to build based on all the industrial experience, build these private networks. And when I came here with our partners, NGN, with Sven and his colleagues, I was really glad to see that they were able to build up the first private network in Kosovo. And most important, they were able to do the first voice over IP or voice over LTE. Why is that? Because in the late 90s, I was one of the few people that was designing the IMS. So the IMS that has been used for voice over LTE and now voice over 5G, I was with a group of nerds. Well, at that point I was a young nerd. Now I'm an old nerd. So at that point I was inside Columbia University in New York, designing the protocol with British Telecom, Columbia, and a few other guys. And then 25 years, I was really proud to see that the colleagues were able to build this IMS on top of the LTE. That was a great achievement. But let me introduce now the 5G. So why we believe that 5G is disruption? The first thing is that mobile networks, as we know them, is mainly for consumer data. Basically, from the mobile to download huge video streams, social networks, and so on. But now what we see is that the 5G networks are moving beyond that. They are mainly targeting industry. They are targeting machine communications. And one of the problems that the mobile networks are facing is that they are not scaled properly for handle huge amount of data. I mean, the thing is that if we connect billions of sensors, we don't know when all those billions will be sending a huge amount of data. So in that sense, it's difficult to dimension the network. Then the other thing is that the industrial networks, the traffic requirements are totally different from consumer data. I mean, if you download a YouTube stream or some video, it doesn't matter if your collection is paused for a few seconds. But if you have, let's say, a forklift, which is coming 50 kilometers per hour, and that's controlled remotely, and it's coming against you, 1 second matters. I mean, you need to stop that. So in that sense, the requirements of the traffic in industrial networks is much more challenging. It requires reliability, it requires robustness. So that's one of the things that the public networks we need to address. So to give you an example of the impact of this kind of requirements. So this is based on some reports, so where basically the most of the wireless connectivity is based on Wi-Fi. There are different cases, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, but you can see that if the Wi-Fi is down for 1 hour, the cost might be around 30,000 euros. It changes depending on the industry, but it's costly. I mean, that's something that you cannot afford if you build this kind of wireless communications for industry. So that's one of the main reasons why 5G is going to be disrupting, because it's going to be providing this kind of reliability, robustness that the Wi-Fi cannot deliver in terms of this kind of communication, machine-time communications. Another scenario, and just now to link with the previous talk, is that blockchain. We need communications, right? So what happens if you are in a rural area, you are in some place where you don't have any type of connectivity except your mobile network? You need to have this kind of reliable connectivity to make your transaction. One concrete example we had this summer is music festivals. In the music festivals, normally they have been using Wi-Fi to connect all the vending machines. But then again, every now and then, because of the congestion of the Wi-Fi, too much people trying to use the Wi-Fi, it goes congested. The vending machines are the football, similar to the football case. They were not able to purchase all the tickets, all the goodies from those machines. So what we did this summer in Finland, in those music festivals in the skirts of the city, is build a private network. On top of a van, they put the antenna. Inside the van, they have our packet core, and they were able to deliver high reliable connectivity for this point of sales. So that means that all these IT, ICT type of applications could be built on top of these high availability networks. So, and then there are more opportunities. There are multiple segments that will benefit from bringing the 5G in addition to Wi-Fi. I'm not saying that it should be a replacement. It should be complementing Wi-Fi. So basically, the idea is that industrial 4.0, mining, construction, agriculture. We had another case now related to mining. So we are working with one company that is producing this big machinery, Sandvik, for drilling into the mines. And they are evaluating how to combine both Wi-Fi 6 and the 5G. Because in some scenarios, in the mines, they have kilometers and kilometers of tunnels. So laying down the Wi-Fi access point within the mine is really challenging, because you need to use like several fiber or connection to each of the access points and so on. With the 5G and leaky lines, then you can cover a large area. Then in the construction, so we have been working with construction companies, and it's interesting to see that when they start building, the first thing they do is all these big cranes, and then they need some sort of connectivity, private connectivity, for sharing all the information about the blueprints and so on. So they also need this kind of things, and then building the Wi-Fi in this harsh environment is challenging. Similarly to, we have one case in a sort of a steel factory. So the thing is that building this kind of Wi-Fi in those environments is difficult because of the amount of the Wi-Fi's, the coverage that you can get with the Wi-Fi. Instead, building on top of the crane, building on top of certain buildings, these kind of base stations, then you can have a few kilometers coverage within one base station. And then you have the availability and robustness of this kind of network. So just to give an example of the main factors that provide this kind of reliability is frequency. It's also an inconvenient because that's the main difference compared to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is, unlicensed frequency, and that's the problem with the sort of collision congestion. So everyone here can have its own Wi-Fi using the same frequency, and then the access points, they need to hop, trying to find a free available channel. In the private networks, they have a licensed frequency, but the problem is that the government, they need to support this kind of allocated frequency, which is not easy, mainly because the mobile operators, they capture the frequency. They pay a huge amount of money for those frequencies. So for the government, reserve a small chunk of that frequency is probably not very profitable. But in the long term, this sort of chunk of frequency can promote the growth in those segments, can promote new business models, and then they can bring overall more benefit to the local economy. So with this frequency compared to the Wi-Fi, then we can control the security of the devices can access the network. We can control the quality of service. We can decide which devices might have very low latency. I mean, with 5G we are talking about tens, few milliseconds latency. Or we can define how many devices will be or should be accessed to the system. So that brings the reliability and robustness that is needed in this kind of industrial networks. Then the other thing is that since 5G has been designed having in mind this kind of industrial usage in the standardizations, I have been a delegate in standardization for quite some time. So the idea is that in the standardization we find or we define what kind of features are required in order to interconnect like physical devices with wireless devices. So to give you an idea, your mobile device normally is designed to connect somewhere else in the public internet to fetch data. But your device, your mobile device, in the previous Gs of the mobile networks, they were not designed to connect to a private network. They were not designed to connect to a local area network where you have machines as part of the fixed infrastructure. So in the 5G, in the 3GPP, the Standardization Forum for Mobile Networks, we have been designing what is called 5G LAN. 5G LAN means it's a new, we are creating a new interface between the mobile networks and the fixed networks. What does it mean in practice? You have one robot in your factory, and then from that robot, then you can connect to the mobile robot, because all of them, they are part of the same 5G group. So that means that for software developers, they can implement applications that they work both on the fixed devices and on the mobile devices. And they can discover each other through the IP addresses and create as part of this local area network that is connecting both fixed and these mobile devices. Then the other thing, which is quite challenging, is called time-sensitive network. Time-sensitive network is it means those networks where the idea is that they are fully synchronized, meaning the devices connected in the wireless is fully synchronized to the level of microseconds with the device in the fixed network. Why is that? So basically it means, like the example before, you want to control a machine that you need to control in a matter of milliseconds. You don't want to control it in a matter of minutes, because that might be a disaster, right? So if you have this kind of devices that their clocks, local clocks, are fully synchronized, then you can send commands to those machines from the fixed networks in order to interact, in order to control, in order to be able to perform certain activities. And this is challenging. I mean, even the 3GPP has defined those functionalities, these features. We have implemented that, but we are still far from reaching the required accuracy. So right now, the maximum we can get between clocks on the fixed network and the wireless networks are around 100, 120 microseconds, which is okay, but might not be enough for certain industrial cases. But anyway, it's the starting point. That means that 5G will become like a trusted network for this kind of industrial cases where we need devices, fixed devices and mobile devices connected, fully synchronized one with another. No? Yeah, okay. Then the other thing is that, and that's the other feature that Wi-Fi brings, is simplicity. You put the access point, then your device gets connected to the Wi-Fi, gets the IP address, and that's it. I mean, the mobile networks, 5G networks in general, or any mobile networks, are really, really complex. Base stations, huge power, configuration, different quality of service, and so on. So one of the things that we need to include when defining the 5G network is simplicity. How we can then connect or put a 5G access point besides a Wi-Fi access point, and seamlessly we can connect all those devices. We can register the devices with the SIMs, with all the required security, and then automatically that device gets fully connected. So in that sense, we need to support multiple scenarios. So in that sense, 5G brings new kind of deployments. So the 5G could be completely separated, completely isolated. So inside the factory, you have your own network, which is a truly private network integrated into the factory. Or it could be like a sort of branch of the public operator. So it all depends what are the business models that they want to follow. Because the mobile operators, they can provide, they can offer the industry what is called one slice. Meaning that the same infrastructure, radio infrastructure that they use for the consumer data, they can separate one slice of that infrastructure and then allocate it, this is the lower case, allocate it to the industry. Or then the operators or the integrators, then they can sell a full-fledged private network which is completely isolated. So in that sense, I would say 5G is shaking the existing business models for the mobile operators right now. So now we see 5G gives the floor for new challenges. So then we have a mobile operator, which will continue with the current consumer data, might continue or might bring the private networks as an offer to the industry partners or customers. But then there might be new entrants. There might be an industrial party that then might require this kind of support, or it can be a third party, like integrator. The integrator gets the equipment from a big vendor or some other vendor, takes care of the integration and deliver that to the customer. So in that sense, there are new roles that are coming up with these private networks. So the role of the infrastructure, I mean the factory, that is the one that is interested in having the infrastructure, they can have their own private network, which is delivered by the integrator. Or it could be like the owner can lease or rent that from the MNO. So then we have the spectrum owner, which is the one that is having all the sort of ownership of the frequency, and then they can offer that as a service. So in that sense, there are multiple roles that are coming up, and there's a huge opportunity in terms of new business models that have to be taken into account. That might bring like a set of growth, new opportunities, new companies that can build and operate these kind of private networks. And we are helping in that, as we're helping our colleagues in the NGN. So now they have private networks, they have voice over LTE, and then the next step is we are trying to help them to bring this voice over 5G, which then would be quite unique in Kosovo. And our role is mainly support them in building all the software that takes care of connecting those base stations and then connecting those devices. So in terms of base stations, the radio, we are flexible. We are fully compliant with the standards, which means that depending on the customer, they can decide, okay, I want a Nokia, Ericsson, well, probably not Huawei, but we don't care. It's up to the customer to decide what kind of radio they want. And then with that radio, then we connect to our software, and then they can have their own private network. And this is how easy it can be. I mean, the network has its own graphical interface where you can add subscribers. I mean, with the graphical interface, you say, okay, this is my phone number of the SIM, this is the key, because that's important. Security is one of the most important factors in this kind of networks. And then you can visualize where are your devices, where are your base stations in an easy-to-use graphical interface. It can be network which is deployed outside, or it can be a network which is deployed inside the factory. So you can see where exactly are the devices and whether they are connected or not. And then you can check what is the performance. So the point is that this kind of private networks needs to be as simple as a Wi-Fi network, but bringing the security reliability that Wi-Fi cannot bring today. So what is the unique value? Efficiency. So basically, if you compare Wi-Fi in terms of number of access points that you have to deploy, maintenance of those access points, the capacity, the security, we calculated you are saving in OPEX about 25%, depending, of course, on the coverage you want to have. Then 5G brings these new features, 5G LAN, TSN, which then brings a lot of efficiency in terms of capacity. And then the most important thing is that you may or you may not have internet access. You might want to have fully closed network. So we have some customers in Germany that when we tell them, okay, we need to connect to internet to get some software update, no way. I mean, the network is fully closed, it's fully secured, no internet access. If you want to do a software update, you come to our factory with the USB and you do the software update. Because that means that it's really, truly a private network to guarantee security. And then with that, then we have low latency, reliability, and so on. So we see that there's a huge opportunity globally, so based on different segments, manufacturing and so on. So now is opportunity for the newcomers to tap into that possibility. So, but we are not stopping here. So we are working, nowadays, we are already working with 6G, believe it or not. So we are working now with new terahertz radio modems. Of course, this will take several years. Then the other thing is satellite networking. You know what? Are you familiar with the International Space Station? We are there. So we built private network in the ISS. last year. So, and then we are working, bringing this kind of satellite as an alternative communication in this kind of rural areas, far areas where you may not have fiber. And the last thing is positioning and location. We need to know precisely where are the devices under the network. So, just to finish up, the point is that with the 5G, you are disrupting mobile networks. You will deliver these devices fully wireless connected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. So that gave us a great overview of those networks. And again, you'll say you're here, he's here all throughout today. So again, if you want to challenge him, maybe have a chat, grab a coffee, talk about, if you're curious, you'd like to know more, I'm sure he'll be happy to have a chat with you. Right, what we're doing now, preparing the stage for the next session. Next session is going to be, again, a healthy, productive discussion, a productive discussion all about where we work and how we work. And really, again, it's a challenging fact for most companies, really figuring out the way forward, making sense of this remote working balance. Hopefully, what we'll do now is go into this discussion and trying to make sense of really how we can make benefits of the people that are naturally working for us, and also business owners as well. So, we are about to, I think we're ready. Yes, we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator who's going to shape this discussion certainly in the right way. But before I do that, those of you that are just coming in, even maybe going out or maybe thinking about staying or not, come on in. Look, we've got lots of seats here on the left and on the right as well. Lots of space. Fantastic. Right. Moderator who's going to help me take this discussion certainly in the right way forward. Please welcome to the stage talent acquisition specialist from Kutia, Doressa Gashi.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. With me here today is Çelik Nimani, Managing Director of Kinenkarta Southeast Europe. Marina Zubic, Chief Marketing Officer, Async Labs, and Fresina Denkova-Zafirovska, Chief of People and Talent Officer. Welcome again. We will be discussing, so some of the topics will be about the workplace culture, empathy, work-life integration, vocational skills, and engaging models. First, so let's continue. So we know most of the time that after COVID, remote work into our offices has changed. So I would like to discuss with you what is the state of remote work in your country. I would like to start with Çelik, and can you tell us please something more about this?
So, hello everyone. Nice and happy to see so many people here on a sunny Saturday, so I hope you enjoy this time inside. So, the state of remote work in Kosovo is something that is present among all tech companies, I would say. It's not as big of an issue as it is in the Western world, meaning that a lot of tech companies around the world have issues to get people back to the office. In smaller places like Kosovo or other Balkan countries, it's more convenient for people to do both. So sometimes they start in the morning to work remote, and then after lunch they come to the office because they just don't enjoy being alone at home. So this is a logistical convenience that we have in our area, but which is different from what I see from country to country and from company to company. So there's no boiler template that you can say is applicable for the entire region. It's entirely dependent on each company culture and the way how companies see it. And I would keep it short on this topic because we will talk more about it, I'm pretty sure. But what is important to mention is that companies have still issues trying to bring people back to the office because the company culture that is created from people in the office is slowly dying, and there's more and more people working at a distance. The productivity of people is at a good level, but those small talks, those conversations at the water cooler, at the terrace, they're not just present anymore.
True. Okay. Marina, can you please tell us about Croatia? What is the difference there?
Okay. Hi, everyone. One more time, I want to thank you, Kutija, for inviting us today. I'm very happy to be here. So in Croatia, I think we are all in IT industry, and we are all having the same challenge. And this is that after the COVID, everything changed and flipped in our company and in Croatia in general. In IT sector, happened that people are. This is becoming a new normal. So remote work is a normal thing. And in Croatia, in my company, in iSync Labs, we are having one model. So people are working from the office, and they have possibility to work remote. So this is some combination. But there also exist companies which have only remote work. So we are all adapting to that, and we will see where this is go. But from the talks, I can see that this is the story on here. This is a Balkan story, but I think this is happening to everyone in IT.
Okay. Yeah. What about North Macedonia?
Hi everyone, it's nice to be here today. So more or less it's the same at our country as well. So we have faced, or we have worked remotely before the pandemic as well, but not in that manner as today, let's say. So during the pandemic we were forced to work from home, and at the beginning we even faced increased productivity from all of the colleagues. But after a while, as HR department, we started to feel like, oh, what we are going to do? What if we lose our colleagues? What if they didn't come back to the office? And what is going to happen in the future? Now, at this point, we have figured out that probably we will never bring them at the office the way they worked before. And we have started to build some alternative ways and models of work in which we try to figure out what would be the next engagement model for our colleagues that are working from home or from the office, but also how to manage to stay together, to stay bonded, and to know each other as they did before. So probably that was our biggest challenge, to see how we can engage our colleagues as before. So that was our topic, let's say, during or last year and this year as well.
We can all, of course, agree on that, but we will continue discussing more about the affecting remote working, affecting the workplace culture. So as we all agreed that it does, but how, and is it really affecting, so is remote work affecting workplace culture?
So who's going to start on this?
Whoever that wants, maybe, yeah. Okay.
So I touched base on this a little bit. So team building, these cohesive discussion, these flexibility of discussions is not as easy to do when you have those remote conversations, because when people are remote, they are quite agenda oriented. So they create a plan for the day. And then they, when you ask them, can we jump on a quick call? You will get a response. We need to do this at 10:30 or after lunch break, so it's more structured. Versus when you do that in the office, you can just go to the desk and ask that person to, like, quickly, can you help me with this topic or conversation? So this is something that is being heard a lot from remote versus in-office culture. Beyond that, so the productivity part is something that remote people do not have the detachment from the focus. So there's not someone tapping on your shoulder like, let's go have a smoke break. So you don't have that when you're remote. But the thing is that we as a company, we also invest in this part of the company culture so that people share knowledge when they're working close to one another. And when there's like sitting, let's say Node.js developers or .NET developers sitting close to each other and discussing a project is differently when they do that in the office versus when there's like a remote thing going on. And we had cases when they try to go on a call and stay on a call for an hour and try to like keep one another in a good mood to do this sort of process, but it's not the same as it is when you're sitting in one place. So in my opinion, like the hybrid model is going to be like the long way to go, and it's the model that most of the companies are adapting and most of the people are liking to go. But it will have to be dependent on each company culture and each country where the company is based on.
Marina, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
I think that it is great that you mention a culture because it depends a lot on which culture does one agency want to build. And for us, we are trying to build, and we are building, I hope, fully, this culture that people want to work with each other, and they share knowledge, they are mentorship each other, and they are working together on some projects, and they are sharing their success and failures together. And this is it is the best for them to be together in that. And of course, there is a remote work option, and it will be because it is normal for us now. But we are trying to have this culture that we are supporting each other, and it is much easier when people are together. And you mentioned that the people, some of them, they said they are more productive when they are at home. Some of them are more productive when they are in office. So it depends on the people. But this hybrid model, this will, I think, will be future, and for us and for other agency. But it all depends what they want, which culture they want to develop.
I think it's also depending on the person's personality. Some people are more outgoing and they love the office work. So we have a lot of people who just come because of the fun, let's say, in a way. And when they are remote, they're totally detached from that. I feel it sometimes when I'm remote, like I miss that kind of a lunch break that I would be having with my colleagues. So that's why I totally agree with that, depending on the people's personality. So that's why they choose that. Frasina, your turn, sorry.
Yeah. I would like to add only that culture-wise, we became more flexible as a company. That required a lot of trust, and that was probably what we have worked on during the past period of time. But also I felt that the flexibility is what the employees are valuing when the company is offering to them, and when they have the possibility to work with their own individual pace, the results are very good. So flexibility and trust are the highlights when it comes to the remote work, in my opinion.
I think it's also because of our industry, tech industries, because we know that we are a very competitive industry, and we have to offer that, I think. Otherwise, if we don't, they're just going to go somewhere where they offer it. So we have to be flexible with the flexibility, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Since we all agreed with remote working affecting our workplace, do you think we have any strategies in place that can help us keep human interaction with the remote workers, or yeah? Whoever wants to start.
We can start from
you. Yeah, maybe from the end.
Yeah. Of course. So when it comes to the talent attraction or talent acquisition, let's say that at the same time we have felt a lot of challenges because the Great Recession is also at our places as well. So the people are coming and going, but what can make a difference is a culture that is focused on the employee, a people-centric culture that values, that value and that probably can provide some kind of a wellness program to the employee, some kind of offering a little things that can make a difference. In our experience, I can say that this is what, let's say, make the turnover more secure and not so high, let's say. At the same time, talking about the talent acquisition, we have faced a lot of opportunities recruiting globally, expanding our recruiting time, let's say. So having recruiters from some other countries, from somewhere from the world, let's say from Brazil. Recently we have expanded our team there. So we are not talking to our talent during our time zone, but after that and after that, so we can working in that field even longer, and we can let's say search for the talent whenever there is in the globe. So not only limiting to some geographic space, but the world is our space, let's say, nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that we are all in the same challenge, let's say. So we are all trying to fight for those people who are sitting here in the audience and outside and listening us, I hope. So we are all fighting for those talents. And we are all watching, okay, what we can offer them beside salary. And in our agency, we are dealing with that in direction that we have a mantra which says for our clients it's going direction we put all our efforts into a product so we can grow together. And with clients we are really doing this in direction that we are putting extra effort to get the quality and the best result for them. And for the people in our company, which are the company, we are shifting that mantra into them. So we are trying to create for them a place where they want to work. And we are trying to give them opportunity to work with the technologies they choose and to work on the projects they want to work whenever it is possible. So, for example, we have developers and they are coming to work with us as a front developer, but in their career there, they decided to switch to full stack developers, and we are, of course, supporting that because we want give them opportunity to skill up their skills with us. And this is how we are fighting on the market. And this is the process which is all the time here. So this is our culture. And we are trying to share that through our campaigns and our social medias and everywhere when we are present. And when we open some new job, people recognize that. So they see this and they are familiar with that. And then they apply.
So the question was like, what's the strategies?
Yeah. Do we have any strategies in place?
Companies think they have strategies, but the market is moving so fast that everyone says, fuck your strategy. So the thing is that whatever you think will work tomorrow will be already obsolete today. So the market is so dynamic. For example, we mentioned hybrid. You cannot force it. If you force it, another competitor will be knocking at your door to get all your employees who are unhappy with any type of strategy that you try to implement. So that's why today you have a C-level person here sitting with HR people. The thing is that C-level and HR are now very tightly working with one another to try and figure out how to keep people motivated, how to find the right way to bring them to the office or keep them motivated when they're not in the office. So this requires flexibility above strategy. So we need to be very flexible and try to understand, adapt, because who knew we had a pandemic 2 years ago, so now we have a war knocking at the door, we have a crazy guy who's about to launch nukes. So whatever strategy you have in mind might change tomorrow really fast. So as tech people, we need to be agile because we're all agile development companies. So we need to apply the same philosophy in the strategies and in the documents that we work on a daily basis.
I would like to, yes, sure. I fully agree with what you have said, but also from the HR perspective, I would not call it strategy, but something that we have focused on in the recent period was to keep the employees informed as the first point. That was working remotely. We wanted to show them and inform them about everything that is happening during all the overall offices that we have in all countries. So we have created like newsletter that was informing them about every initiative, every project, deliveries, successes, and everything. And the main point of this was to keep them informed, but also to show them that there are other opportunities within the company, not if they are not satisfied, if they are not happy, to see something else, but within the company. Then as point 2, we want them to keep them involved by offering a lot of different, let's say, engagement opportunities, from wellness opportunities such as mediation sessions, coaching, individual coaching sessions, to sport activities, virtual meetups, and so on. And the third point, I would say, was keep them inspired, which was offering them opportunity to show and develop a skill that skills that they would like to work with. We have created Innovative Hub, in which everyone can join that kind of meetups, events, and so on, and they can work with new technologies or whatever they have choose with in a group or individually, in order to, let's say, develop some new skills or work with something that they are not allowed to work at the moment, let's say. So I would not say that this is our strategy, but something that we have think about it and work on systematically to provide and to offer to our employees. But also I would like to highlight again that, as you said, showing and offering flexibility to the employees, for me, it's maybe the biggest takeaway from the remote work. Thanks.
Thank you for your insight and strategies, ideas. Okay, so we discussed about strategies and remote work. We also mentioned turnover and retention. So we can see that at the moment in software development industry, the most challenging that we're facing is turnover. So we have come to a place that we cannot just make people come to us, but maybe we can just also create and develop our own talents. So I would like to be, I would like to ask you, how are we preparing the talents for a work of world? So the world of work. So for example, to mention, we in COSICT, we have Beetroot Academy, which we have students who we teach them for front-end development, back-end, also project management. And in that time, when they finish their like 3 months of practice, like let's say the test and everything, they can get to us with their internship programs, and also they can get to different companies with job or practicum or internship programs. So what are we doing? Are we preparing them for the world of work? Whoever wants to start.
Okay.
So I'm sure that every single company here is trying to do their best. Whatever that company is doing, we're doing the same. Kutia is doing the same. So we're just like, you post something on social media, you send someone to the gym, we will do that the next day. So this is the level of competitiveness that is happening in the tech sector. So it's a fierce fight for talent, because we know that the talent is not there. And all of us invest through different ways to train new generations of people. We have a special internship program, which is on high demand. A lot of people apply, very short people are selected, because that's the maximum amount of effort we can put into it. Then there's the support infrastructure like BTRUK Academy or different institutions that offer trainings, and then we try to select the best from those and then hire and invest in them and grow them further. One of the most important things that companies need to have in mind is to spark this vision that was mentioned, this sort of innovation and these cool projects around the company that people are like, oh, when will I get the chance to work on that project? So this keeps them motivated a lot. And another thing that helps people also think of their growth inside the company is having a clear career path, a clear growth plan, which is something that a lot of companies are struggling with. So like you hire a person on a job, then it is not clear how he or she can get promoted to a team lead or a department head or head of practice or regional head of something. So the more companies invest in creating these structured policies, or like just a one-pager, it doesn't have to be complicated. It has to be like a one-pager. You're like, here, if you want to be a team lead, you need to stick around with the company for 1 year. If you do rockstar deployment of a project for a client, you're going to make it within half a year, right? So this is a clear path that someone who wants to do a career growth can see. So this is the motivator that will be a differentiator from one company to another. And this is something that I see in a lot of companies in the region that on paper it looks nice, but at many companies is not implemented in the right way.
I don't know if I have anything to add on that, so I'll skip that.
As a company, we have a biannual feedback sessions that we really care about, not to be a formal session on which only the performance will be discussed and so on, but besides that, to really discuss individually, the manager of the project, the technical guy that is leading the project, to discuss individually with the colleague what is his or her goal, what they want to achieve, where do they want to be, not only in the next 6 months, but maybe afterwards, and how the company can support that. Regardless if that is a technical goal, or maybe some personality-wise goal, or maybe even some private goal that will help the employee to become a better person. So this is something that is related to our happiness strategy, but it's very important to be developed very well, and that is why we work with our leadership in order this to be spontaneous and natural and good process, not formal process and not process per se. Besides that, depending on the seniority level, we have created a different kind of skill development programs. Besides the usual, let's say, internship program, we have developed a booster program. That means that with an intense program and process with mentors, we would like to boost the skills development of juniors in order to become more successful in a shorter amount of time. So this means that not everyone will pass the program and will achieve that level, but everyone may try it. And from the experience of the results, we are quite satisfied with what we achieved so far. We have passed 2 rounds so far with this program, and we are satisfied. As we are going with more higher, let's say, roles, we are focusing more on, let's say, certifications with the senior guys, let's say. And Innovation Hub is something that we are offering continuously to all the employees to work on some innovative and specific projects that they would like to join. So that is more or less what we are doing. When it comes to the leadership, we have a specific empowerment program that is intended not only for the former leadership roles, but to everyone that has also leadership potential or that thinks that would like to be part of this empowerment project. So it's more or less open to everyone who would like to lead or who has that leadership potential, because everyone can be a leader in something, right? So this is more or less what we are doing.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on mostly on the marketing part, where we have Marina here. Marina, we all know that the marketing plays a great role into finding and targeting people. So what is the importance of marketing targeting talents?
I think a little bit answer on that question earlier, but we all agree that marketing and HR department, we are really close collaborating, and we are fighting for the same people on the market. So of course we all have benefits, and you said I have gym, you have gym, and we are having all those things. But in general, what we are trying to do, we are trying to show to our people what is the purpose of what they are doing, and we share this success of some project. They see it, they see how it's implemented, how many users it has, and this is very important because people then see they are valued in our company, and they see, okay, I'm not just something small, I'm important part here. And this is the process which I already mentioned. So we are building that brand awareness through all our campaigns. We are showing that, and we are giving that purpose, and we show how we do it and people which are working on that. And when we are open some new position, people want to be part of that. They want to access it, and they want to give their part to that.
But let's say to that. So yes, we are promoting our talents and we are promoting our company, but is promoting talents a risk for retention? Because the moment we promote a person who's like 5 years in our company, another company will see that and would want that. So how are we risking our employee branding and promoting our talents?
Yeah, of course it is a risk, but in the end it all comes to that our company are our people. So our brand, Async Labs, are people who are working in that company, and we want to show who is in it and who is building that. And this is one part when they have the opportunity, that whole world will see that, okay, this person is working on that, and it is working on that project. So, and then people from the HR and from other agency, okay, they see this person is great, I want to recruit it in my team. But this is where agency has to take care about that, in the direction that we need to have that culture, and this is what we have to do. This is the most challenging part. We need to show those people that they are valued here and that we want to keep them. I think it's everything about that.
So if I may add on this topic. So almost all the companies now do employ branding as a primary marketing channel, so they don't even invest in marketing their services, or whatever they do is like promoting the people. The thing is that if you try to close this process and not promote those people to the public, there are tools like LinkedIn Insights, Greenhouse. We have the data. We know the people that work for all the companies. And despite all your efforts to keep that close to you, there are ways to track and gather that information. So the goal is to invest to make those people feel valued, and they feel this value on a daily basis as part of the company. The rest is like just let it flow. Like, no matter what you do in that direction, if that person wants to leave, he will leave. If he doesn't feel valued and he doesn't see him as part of the company anymore at some point, because someone can also see valuation and happiness and everything, but he's just like, he wants to try something new, and that's normal. It's okay. There's a lot of opportunities in the tech sector.
True. Okay, so we'll continue with the building or exchanging models. So I would like to know how are the regional companies managing the skill development and the talent acquisition process?
Want to start?
Yes,
Sure.
I have talked a little bit about
Yeah.
about this. So the talent
as in a
acquisition,
short note.
yes, in a nutshell, the talent acquisition process is something that now, from this perspective, has more opportunities than ever, than before, for sure. But also, we are facing a lot of challenges. So having employees from a different from a different countries, different cultures, different mindsets. Yes, of course. And in the same company, on the same project, of course there are challenges, but the beauty is when there is a diversity, when we can all, beside work, do something more about it. So I think that the challenges, they are, and they are going to be in the future as well, but we should work with it, and we should try to overcome them. We are expanding in the market, and that is what is happening at the moment, and I think that.
I think we're all different into other industries, because tech, it's like overflowing, and we cannot join or agree with others, because we cannot just be expected to grow our talents with applications. We have to find them. Thanks God there's LinkedIn, because without that we couldn't be managing or anything, because if we want someone specific, we have to look for it. Otherwise, we cannot accept the application, because senior developers won't just apply. So this is how the process of talent acquisition is flowing and growing and everything.
Yes, yes, of course.
If anyone else has something to add on this, we're coming near to the end with our...
Well, so now it's a time when only people who have 0 to 1 years of experience apply for jobs. The rest who are like 1+, they come even to you and come to the office, hey, look, I got this message from this company. They are offering me double the salary what you pay. What you gonna do about it? And then you're like, holy shit, he has 1 year of experience, now what the hell I'm gonna do? He's doing a great job. So then you have to improvise. So that's why I'm saying, every strategy or policy that you have in mind, it just doesn't work. Because every single one person that is a tech person here has people like you and some of you over here mocking them on LinkedIn every day with messages.
We offer them better opportunities, okay?
Yeah.
We don't mock.
Sorry for the word mock. You offer them better opportunities. So just some jokes a little bit, but this is the process how it goes. So they are, and at some point mid to senior level, they just don't respond. So because they are tired, and some companies do this process really terrible. They're go full on, we're gonna offer you this and that, and people are just they're aggressive. So people do not want that aggressiveness. So that's why for the senior, the good people, you have to build up, you have to do smooth approach, discussion, open to them what you offer as a company. most of the senior people, they know who you are and what you do and what type of projects that you work with. So it requires more time to get a person like that on your team versus how it used to be in the past. But this is due to the high level of competitiveness that we have. So remember, we're in Kosovo, but the market is open to international companies. So it's the same with Macedonia and all other countries. So you have people who are based in Pristina that work for Google, Apple, Microsoft. So your competitor, Kutia, is all of those companies that I'm mentioning. So it's not us here, so it's the global market. And the opportunities are present for everyone in the global market as well. So now it's like we have to compete at a global level with everyone.
True, that's why I said tech industry, it's different from everyone else. So moving on to the last question of this great panel. So how do you see the office of the future? We discussed a lot about our future goals, our strategies, and how are we promoting our talents, but how do you see the office of the future? So how would you like to be? I know that you said hybrid might be the answer, but any other thoughts on that?
That's an assumption.
Assumption.
Everybody says that. Like,
that's why I said might.
So at Kin & Carta, we have about 2,200 people across the entire globe, located in US, Latin America, UK, Europe, and SEE territory. And it's different from office to office. So like in the Pristina office, we have about 70–80% of the people showing up. It's not enforced. People just love coming into the office. In Skopje, it's like 10–15 people out of a 100 people team. In Bulgaria, it's like 10–15 out of a close to 200 people team. So it's different from country to country. And then we have colleagues in the UK asking like, what the hell are you doing in Pristina? How are the people coming to the office? Because they have a team of 400 people, 10 people show in the office. In Chicago, there's 900 people. There's about 15 people going to the office. So this is the problem, the situation now. This is the challenges the companies are facing. And from the US, they come to Pristina and ask you, like, how do you solve this problem? But what you tell them is not applicable to some guy in the US because they do commute for 2 hours. Our commute is like 15 minutes. So you start in the morning, I don't like working from home today, I'm just gonna go to the office. 10 minutes, you show up in the office. You cannot do that in the US. So the office of the future will be dependent on the location that you are, will be dependent on the industry that you work with, will be dependent on the culture that you create as a company, and will be driven by the power of the employees. So CEOs of today's, we are the employees of the employees. So we serve, it's not the other way around. So we do everything we can to make a better office for the people that are in the office. So it's gonna be us listening to different needs, and it's not gonna be those table tennis or picado or whatever. Those are like perks. People get tired after some point of them. It's gonna be different activities. It's gonna be, on top of everything, it's gonna be a vision and a career path and a career growth plan where they see that they're part of the company and they can grow in a clear state with the company. And that's going to be the office of the future that will keep people motivated to stay at that company on the long run.
Okay. Thank you.
Luckily, we have only offices in Croatia, so we don't have to worry about all those. I agree mostly with you. So it will depend from the company to company, and it depends from the strategy and the culture which each company want to push. So I believe we will all have to adapt to it and see how it will goes. But in my opinion, I think we will push further in some hybrid model. So it will be remote work and it will be work from the office. And of course, it will be very important, the strategy which you have, the culture which you are pushing and everything, but we don't know if there will be next COVID or next war, so we will see in which direction we should go.
Yeah, more or less I agree with them, so work from anywhere, with a lot of flexibility and focus on results. So this is what I believe is going to be in the future.
Thank you very much. I would like, yeah, nothing else?
Just a small comment. So, remember, Ukraine is the country that has like one of the top tech companies. And there's tech companies that are delivering results for clients while they're fighting an aggressor. So what kind of an office is that? Like you close your laptop, you take the machine gun and you go and fight for your land. What's the office that? So the office of the future is going to be, who knows? But we have to keep looking forward, and we got to be looking big in many, many ways.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone being here, our panelists, and also everyone who could join us. Hopefully we'll see each other next year. Thank you.
Stay here. Fantastic. There we are. So hopefully now we have a kind of almost painting a picture of really what that future office looks like, the flavor of really where it's going, and hopefully, just hopefully, it gives you a few ideas of maybe the direction you're going into, perhaps slightly different than what you had before, but hopefully again making sense of really where that's going forward. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Well-deserved short break. Short break of about 40 minutes or so, 12:30, back here main stage for more KosICT 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. I'm ready. I'm always ready. You're ready, I'm sure. Ready, I'm sure, for this next session. We have had an enjoyable break. I was outside walking around. Everyone's having conversations, lovely coffees. Sorry? Exactly. Mimish, Pasur, yeah, oh, flea. There's so much food that I haven't tried, but I would love to, but so little time, but so much food to try. So many great things, so many beautiful things about Pristina that I still, after 4 times of coming here, still need to experience. And one of those things I'm sure you'll be thinking of as soon as I say it. I'll put the seed into your mind. Again, those of you that maybe enjoyed themselves to the late hours or maybe early hours of yesterday evening, guess what? If you enjoyed that or you didn't get a chance to join us at the party, after party of the first day, guess what? We're going to do it all over again. Maybe not in the same way, slightly different perhaps this evening, because there is another after party. I say that right now, but I can't remember where it is. Where is it? Annex. Wherever that is, I'm sure it's a beautiful place. And the great thing for you is you can all go, but I'm afraid you looking at wherever you're looking, beaming in from around the world, streaming, whoever you are, wherever you are, unfortunately you can't join us. But hey, you can join us for this next session, which is all about preparing today for the future skills of tomorrow. We know, we're aware of what those future skills are. However, naturally within the sector, a shortage that needs to be filled, really trying to make sense of really tomorrow, what that will look like. And hopefully, just hopefully, after this healthy discussion on stage behind me with the panelist and the moderator, you'll have a better idea of where that direction is going. I'm going to introduce to you now the man who's going to moderate this session in a beautiful way, I'm sure. I've heard so many things about you, and you'll hear so many things about this gentleman as well. Please put your hands together for the one, the only, I'll get it right, Mr. Visar Yasici.
I'm married, just so. I would like to invite the panelist, Mr. Uta Saatshia from Women in Tech, Drenusha Sheho as well from Agile Coach from Raiffeisen, Antigona Uka, she'll tell us more about some of the amazing things that she does, and Arben Salil from, I'll make the introduction of them later. So, I mean, it's a very arrogant subject, right? If we look at the statistics, we see that some of the most in-demand jobs today did not exist 10 years ago, right? So we cannot necessarily predict this future so that we could start preparing things and some of the skills today. But from the panelists, we're going to learn in a way what are some of those skills and traits that are perennial and that are used maybe across various disciplines. The challenge of, so I'm just going to make this short introduction in two minutes. What we heard also from the other panelists, one of the challenges that exists today is a lack of human capital in the sector. And if we look specifically to Kosovo, we see something that caused it. Insufficient preparation. We have emigration of skills and a brain drain. And the recent opening of the market that basically has been targeting our skills for the external market. So this, just to maybe fill that gap, there's a necessity for new entrants, and someone has to create these new entrants. So I'll start maybe with Teuta, as she is currently leading Women in Tech as an initiative to both create new entrants, but also bridge the digital divide that exists, the gender divide that exists in the profession. So Teuta, can you tell us a little bit more about Teach for Kosovo and what you're trying to achieve?
Thank you, Visav. It is an honor and it is a pleasure to be today with you. I was afraid that each of you will be there playing and nobody will be here, but it seems that both issues have a lot of people to listen. I want to start first by thanking my friends from Women in STEM who came here and make all of us very powerful and strong and happy seeing a lot of women here in stage. That is not always like that. Usually they are full men. And this is a nice, good, and the right thing, right picture to be. I am director of Women in Tech Kosovo. It is part of a Women in Tech global movement. And our aim is to have 5 million extra women in tech, in STEM, in STEAM, I like to say, to put art also inside the STEM, and to have 5 million all around the world. We have 35 chapters all over the world, and next week we will have a big event in Dubai to conclude the whole series of events that we had in 5 continents. I am very happy to talk about new skills, since during my lifetime, my experience, I had possibility to pass from the time when we used telex. I'm sure that very few of them know what that is, or one, or telefax, or some machines with a paper, semi-automatic to have the accounting and other. And I had the honor and the pleasure, and I like to tell that I started to programming in PCs in 1985. How many of you were there in 1985? Probably very few. Yes, and to program with a language that probably nobody heard. It was GW Basic, then Clipper, then COBOL. Cloud was only something in a sky and not related to data, and Windows just started to appear, and I was so excited to say that computer can work multifunction, many things at the same. But I had also the possibility to be part of technology during the time, to install antennas all over Kosovo, and to program radios, to teach many people, including many women, in a third industrial revolution, how to use internet, how to use computer, how to use office. And I'm very happy that that big wave after the war, in fact, created that critical mass of people and infrastructure, that today Kosovo is one of most developed country with the highest percentage of internet penetration all over. But now we are in a next stage, and this next stage is up and running. It is the 4th industrial revolution. And 4th industrial revolution goes with new skill set, goes with new infrastructure. Yesterday, I was very excited to hear about 5G cannot do more. We need to think about 6G. Okay, we don't have 5G, but it is good to think about 6G. So what is our aim? Our aim should be to teach next generation with the skills that AI, that big data, or that robots cannot do. I believe that when steam machines was invented, they were having the similar things. But today we need to concentrate in critical thinking. We need to concentrate in empathy that computers and machines cannot do. We need to concentrate on skills and ask government to be enabler of new skills, to enable with legislation, to enable with regulations, to enable with other things, and don't mess up with business, leave business alone. We need to turn the education, curricula in university, to be able, engineers and people, to be able immediately to enter to workforce. We need to work with businesses and SMEs to have digital skills. I think that in a new generation, in the new time, each and every profession, each and every job have that component of digitalization. And digitalization should be turned to the mindset. Generation Z and children, fortunately, they are native digital. They've been born with tablet, with smartphone, with digital mindset. And I think that we need to help them, but help also us to be able to cope with new requirements and digitalization that is shaping our life, shaping our business, shaping our health and our being. For the time being, I will stop here, but probably you will give me another turn to talk.
Thank you, Teuta. Drenush, Raiffeisen in a way has various programs that is trying to prepare people for the banking, but then on the same time is preparing people that are entering the market on, you know, various disciplines. So what are the skills that you're trying to instill maybe on the youth so that they become this labor force of tomorrow?
Thank you, Wissar, for the question. First, my greetings to the audience. Thank you for being here today and paying attention to such a grateful topic which has been chosen by KosICT, which is very important for our youth. Coming back to the question, I would start from basic. What is knowledge and what is skills? Well, knowledge is something that we get through academy, by professors, by listening, by teaching, by reading. While the skills is the momentum where we put those knowledge into practice. And usually in the skills, you have a trial-error effect as well. So this is the gray zone where our market is facing. When we hear students coming from faculties, they still cannot get the jobs. And the question is why? Because they miss the skills opportunity. They miss the practical part. They miss the opportunity and the space created by industries so that they experience that knowledge they got in the academy. We as Raiffeisen have a dedicated program which is called RISE, Raiffeisen Internship Scholarship for Engineers. The RISE program in the market is aiming to provide to the people opportunity to get skills and practical those knowledge from academy inside organization. Our organization is fulfilling this gray zone, but we are not the only one. Even earlier were mentioned. Let's say we have to be very brave that we exist in ecosystem and we have to benefit together. So in this ecosystem, we try to give opportunity to the students that they come for 1 year, work closely in a safe environment and experience this knowledge that they got from the academy. They are dedicated mentorship, they are dedicated people, and the program is payable, so it's not that they will not gain any recognition for the effort. Meanwhile, it's worth mentioning that after 1 year, they have opportunity to go to different companies and experience a different, let's say, system of working. This is how we in Raiffeisen are trying to fulfill this gray area through the RISE program. And if today here with us are any engineers, I would encourage them to join us.
Okay, maybe just before you pass, because I have just a small follow-up question. So if I'm an engineer, I want to learn more, I'm an aspiring engineer. What are those skills that you have in this program that you're trying to instill?
Sure. Beside the functional skills of the engineer is gaining through academy, we know that we have also side skills which are critical thinking, because in organizations we know that we need also constructive debate, but debate that doesn't escalate. We need also the collaboration, which we don't get to learn too much in academy, because our system, we all know that are more individual education rather than teamwork. And these skills are really crucial when you go in a job or you get an opportunity for the job. I would put it even in an analogy here. We can say that you are a sportsman, but if you know only about the sports, the team, and the scores of the sports, this is just a knowledgeable matter person. So what we need is a person who is playing, who is following grand rules, who is trying, who is gaining feedback, who is open to try something new. We as an industry are the first one also in the market who is working with agile methodologies, which are creating space also for try and failure and learning and feedback.
Thank you, thank you. Antigone, I know Antigone from Teach from Kosovo. She's always been passionate about the learning in general. And today she leads the Kosovo Center for Distant Education. Just on the recent pandemic, we understood the importance of the ability of distance education. So where do you see, in a way, this skill gaining? The previous panel talked about the office of the future. Where do you see the school of the future?
Thank you so much, Visar. Thank you everyone for being here today. Maybe just a bit of explanation why distance education and what I'm doing here. If it's distance education, it's not digital education. Actually, distance education has 3 generations. The first one was print technology, the second one was broadcast learning, and the third one now is digital education. So kind of it has evolved with the time, and every new technology has brought new opportunities for students to learn in the ways that they can reach to education. We have started Kosovo Center for Distance Education as a student initiative back in 2015 to bring about attention on different modalities of teaching and learning in Kosovo as well, at that time in higher education institutions. And I'm really glad that we pointed about the fact about digital divide, about the jobs that didn't exist in the past and now are existing. And these are all the things that we tackle and things that will kind of work the path towards the future of schools. A simple profile as of online teacher didn't really exist and isn't still existing in Kosovo. Us as a center, we're developing online teachers, and they will serve in the future virtual schools, because this is the future of schools that is envisioned around the world. And there are virtual schools actually existent for 30 years now, especially in North America, which we see as examples, but also we have a momentum to kind of pass through a lot of barriers and maybe mistakes that they have done, and now we have a chance to work on that. However, there is a multidimensional undertaking and efforts that Kosovo should take in order to have the future school or future education, including infrastructure, both legal and technical infrastructure within schools. You mentioned pandemic as well, that we did have online urgent learning. It wasn't really online or digital education, so we shouldn't really make that mistakes as well. If we give efforts to future of education, we shouldn't look on the experiences that we had with online learning during pandemic anywhere in the world, but that showed us something really important, the digital divide that exists in our country. And we had around 5% of kids in pre-university education that kind of dropped out, because they all also called dropouts for a period of time. They didn't attend any of the last lectures on whatever form they were being given. Like broadcast learning was something that our state took over because there was the thing that it could have done. What I can say is that the world is asking for digital skills, but education systems generally are lacking behind. And we as a center here, we're trying to help kind of overcome that here in Kosovo by giving attention to curricula, revamping the curricula, bringing about policy reforms, because there's no way you can implement digital education in schools if there is no policy in place for online teacher, online program, and online learning. And we also develop e-teacher, e-learner profile, so we understand better with whom we are going to work. Apart from that, it's very important to mention, and also Donieta mentioned yesterday, what is important for municipalities is to understand the environment, the mapping of digital environment within schools, and that will give us actually a way towards creating the future of school and education. I think this is in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. Arben founded and leads what's called Smarter Skills. I had the pleasure to work with Arben at least on 2 occasions. And one of the things that the company does is trying to identify the skills gap within an existing organization and trying to address. Now, you've worked with IT companies as well. Is there something that is more common that you see in your observation within the current organization, specific skills gap, to meet even the needs of today?
Yes, Visara. First of all, thank you for having me. During all these years, in my experience with companies, IT companies, and also sometimes with organizations, NGOs doing educational programs, what I've noticed is that, this is my first point, is most of the companies and IT companies that I've had the chance to work with, they are very capable at choosing and selecting and recruiting technical persons. But what I could observe is that the higher the genius in a person, the higher the tendency for introvertness. So this is when soft skills come into part, the people skills. Now, what we've been doing in the recent years, and especially during the pandemic, is developing some programs that either help assist companies in this stage, as Teuta said, that we're entering. This included remote team building programs, leadership programs related to the new system of work that we are getting used to, and also normal soft skills like leadership skills, team leaders, various programs from middle managers, generation gaps. We've seen this also in some companies, even though it's very, very rare as in comparison to some more developed countries. So basically, it's we need to start thinking more seriously about the skills that we're not taught at school or at university. Sometimes I even include some, in my workshops, aspects of professional handshaking. We don't even have that. Nobody tells us what is a professional handshake. So deep down, soft skills are, someone calls them social and emotional skills, someone people skills, but it's basically skills that enable you to collaborate and cooperate with your team members and with people in general, in business, in organizations, everywhere.
Thank you. Very interesting, because I mean, we call them soft skills, but in reality, those are the hard skills to master. If we would point out 2 of the most important soft skills that you think are important to create the future workforce for the IT sector, what would those be?
Well, okay. To get back to your initial statement, it's called soft skills, but it's most difficult to apprehend because in order to change and improve these skills, it goes down to changing yourselves. In soft skills trainings, in comparison to technical trainings, when the training ends, that's when it begins or not. And it depends if the person is motivated sufficiently to begin working with himself. He's followed a roadmap through the training, but it's only the beginning. So you need to discipline your actions, your thinking, your whatever that is, so that you work for a certain period of time to improve yourself in that aspect. Now, if you Google top skills for future jobs in Google, 6 of the first ones, from number 1 to 6, they are all soft skills. Creativity being number 1, problem solving being number 2, emotional intelligence number 3, and so forth. So we're entering the stage or the era or this shift. That is, the more we are using technology and with all its benefits for communication, we can see that the more we need to develop our own communication skills. So according to my experience and my observations here in Kosovo, I think communication should be coordination. Communication and coordination should be among the top ones that we need to work on.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Teuta. If you could maybe just add to it, because I mean, a lot of the companies here are creating these unique programs and unique products that they're basically exporting. And that requires a lot of collaboration in a world where we're working from home and, you know, we have distance people, people working from distance, and we're not necessarily co-located. So communication is one, very, very important. What is the second and the third that you would say are needed today?
Thank you very much. But prior to answering that, I want to give credit to Violca, who is keeping high the torch of ICT. And we need to help her. We need to help her to bring more women. She's doing great, but she's not enough. We need to help to bring more women to be even in that stage and in every stage. About the skills, I was recently in Amsterdam in a tech expo, and they're also most of them men. But I want to repeat one answer that made me really think about that. In a panel, engineer from ING Bank told that now we have some businesses who do not have solutions, and we have engineers who have solutions for inexisting problems. So there is a gap. Engineers, as you mentioned, I am an engineer too, tend to go to very details, but not to see the big picture. So we have extra, super solutions, but no problem for them. So in the same time, businesses have real problems with not fancy solutions of engineers who do not address them. I think that one of future skills need to be this interdimensional work. So for children, not only to learn about critical thinking. They don't need to learn about languages. As I mentioned, languages that I used, they do not exist. Languages of today for 5 years will not exist. So what we need to learn is how to think. Even maybe there will not be languages at all. No code. And low code are now skyrocketing. So critical thinking and interdimensional thinking. Why not starting to learn children, let's say coding, but entrepreneurial skill set, to think it as a business, to think that skills as a problem solvers, to see the problem in a many perspective, in a many dimensions that will help them tomorrow, regardless what code, what language, whether is cloud somewhere or not anymore, whether 5G exists or 6G. Let them teach with skills that are not anymore depending on things that AI, that robots can do. Let them think about that. Let them think in entrepreneurial mindset, in critical mindset, in problem solution mindset, in arts, that in STEM, that can broaden the vision, broaden the creativity, that will help innovation and solution for existing problem, not for existing problems.
Thank you. Maybe just being mindful of time, a question that anyone can pick, so I'm not going to name anyone here, but companies are constantly investing in their current labor force to prepare them for the challenges of tomorrow, right? So this is the current labor force who passed all the cultural criteria and we all feel good about. What would your suggestion be? What should these companies concentrate, right, beside the technical aspect? If these companies should invest in their staff on that one skill that is needed to deal with the challenges of the next decade, what that one skill should be that they should concentrate? IT, we're on an ICT ICT conference.
If I may? Well, definitely, I would suggest that companies, based on what we're seeing and how universities are, in a way, losing their importance, because nowadays you have online platforms and you can learn things that you can use without having to study them, actually. So one thing I would suggest is when recruiting, put focus on personal attributes, human attributes that are relevant for the position, for the job, and then train them on specifics of the job. So I recently helped a company develop a recruiting program, and what we did is amazing, because we even removed university degree as a requirement and only focused on personal attributes, and it worked perfectly. This is one thing. And the other is, if we go deep down to the mother of all the problems with people communicating and collaborating, I would say it's ego management, but it's so wide and general, so then we'll have to divide it into branches and specific soft skills that we might need to deliver.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, the mother of all problem. I had a colleague here who said behind every problem there is a real problem. so I guess the companies should further dig down and find what that.
Or it cannot really be a training. Maybe just awareness, internal awareness activities that people begin to understand why they react or how they perceive situations.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe just to wrap it up, soft skills are perennial, depending, I mean, whether the technology changes or not. Ability to communicate, ability to think critically, ability to work with others and collaborate. And an ability to also pass information, have been proven based on observation in the past decade that these were important regardless where the technology is shifting. So maybe we concentrate on those again. Thank you again for that. Oh, you want? Okay, good. So, how many minutes do we have? Okay, so maybe questions from the audience.
Visar, can I add something before the question? I just wanted to add that we're focusing a lot on what industry can only do, and I don't think that education should really be a part of that. I think we should start really early on equipping kids with the skills of today and tomorrow. Therefore, qualifying some subjects or revamping some curricula would do the work. The thing is that we also should think how education can embrace digital aspect of it or digital angle. So in the future, whatever kids want to be part of the sector, which is ICT, the reason why I asked which sector is because I'm coming from the education sector, and I think it has a big role to play, especially in the era that we're living. I think no one should be kind of left out from this process, and the earlier on kids get kind of familiar with the technology, the probability of them being part of your industry is probably higher, but everyone else will also kind of be part of it too. Yeah, just this question.
Thanks. Questions from the audience, specific to a member or general?
Thank you, Danieta. I really enjoyed your perspectives. My question is somehow related to, are we really being focused, it's a challenging question, and sort of, are we really focused on just producing more and more coders, but what about the profiles we need around them? Other profiles like project managers, copywriters, testers, quality assurance, and everyone else around that makes the job of the coder easier to finish at the end. And also another perspective, we're always more leaning on preparing the new generation, but what about the people that are already working in institutions, not in the industry and business? So how do we prepare them to continue working and excelling more and increasing their productivity in what they do? Just curious to see your perspectives.
Thank you, Danieta. Amazing. I believe that we do not need to concentrate only to create coders. As I mentioned earlier, it is the time is coming to no code or low code. It means that everybody needs to embrace digitalization and the needs, and they don't need to know to code. Everyone has a smartphone. Why should I care what processor it has or what protocols are using? I don't need to know that. I need to use and to do other job using that technology. And you are very right. We need to have coders, but in the meantime, to prepare the whole Kosovo and the world for no-code time, when coding will be only something that will help everybody. And the other question, yes, Gen Z is very important, but how about us? In 99, 2000, 2001, I taught a lot of people. That time, mouse was something unknown, and I know when they took a mouse and started to use like this. The same we need to do now. It needs to be the critical mass of people. They will need to know how to use Ekosova. They need to know how to call taxi, how to use e-banking, how to do many things without what now we cannot comprehend our life. That's why I think that not only working with new generation, that is the must, but we must do again the same as we did after the war, to spread the knowledge to everybody, not to make everyone coders, but to make everyone users of digital tools and digital services. Great observation.
I'm going to add just one element, because there's a pressing need. And because of in economy, right, when there is lack of something and a huge demand, there is also inflation of salaries, and to some degree, at an individual company level, that is causing problem. But at the state level, we might lose competitive advantage. Okay, we might lose this region might lose competitive advantage. And that's the reason that currently I think the focus has been on creating more coders so we can have more entrants, meet demand, but also stay competitive. Thank you. On the end, I would like to, to learn what's the professional handshake is. Maybe we use it. Maybe later.
I will like to shake your hand, my friend. Yeah. Show us how it's done. Your eyeballs are right in my eyeballs. That's how you do it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Wonderful. As we clear the stage there, just to add on to what we just heard as well, these professional skills. What are these skills? Again, from my perspective, somebody who helps a lot of people, certainly in this industry, a lot of agencies, a lot of coders, a lot of programmers as well. They're still looking to improve these simple soft skills that we constantly need, like listening. These listening skills, ways of connection. Right? Listening to each other. These ideas of problem solving, very important, but collaborating together, helping people to show up well, share their ideas well, speak well, using stories, let's say, to get people to listen to us. All of these are still very much on the priority list of certainly within the ICT industry as well. Right, we are almost ready. I think we are ready, absolutely, for our next session right now. So, AI and EU, put them together. What do you get? A job creating machine. What does that all mean? We will find out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, ready for our next speaker here on stage. Please welcome to the stage right now, Director General of the AI Center in Sweden, Mr. Reza Mousavi.
Thank you. Hi, I'm happy to be here and thank you for being with me. We will go through AI, EU, and how these together create a job-creating machine. I will go through different stages. First, we look into what do we mean with AI, and then what is AI plus EU, and lastly, looking for different jobs related or indirectly related to AI. And at the end, the role of Sweden and Swedish AI Fund towards creating jobs in AI industry in Europe and European continent, actually. So, what is AI? This is the first thing you see in Wikipedia. AI is intelligence demonstrated by machines as opposed to the natural intelligence displayed by animals and humans. So when someone does something and you feel like that's a smart person, and when machine does something similar, we call it AI. That's easy, that's simple. It used to be something like playing chess, playing these kind of things, and now we don't see it as AI that much. It used to be like a couple of conditional statements, like when you pick up your phone, it turn on this display. It's not AI, no one call it AI, but we used to see that as AI. So more advanced we get, we have more expectation to call things AI. Right now, when we see a self-driving car, we call it AI because we don't know how it does it, but we know it should have some sort of intelligence to do that. And in the future, next generations or generations after that, they might not see self-driving cars as AI-enabled, and they're looking at different things to call it AI, maybe creative arts or something else. AI comes in different forms. computer vision, speech recognition, natural language processing, and these kind of stuff like pattern recognition, all of those we can see AI is playing a role. When computer recognize your face or recognize something happening, it's a computer vision AI, and we see it as some sort of intelligence happening in the machine that recognize something visual. It has a lot of different branches. For example, video analysis. When you are playing a YouTube, a machine or your computer or your phone can recognize something happening in live streaming, for example, a violence happening in live streaming. Those kind of things goes under the computer vision category of AI. And the others are self-explanatory. So AI comes in different forms. And now, where we can find AI, it is, there is a supply chain of AI. It starts from R&D in academia and research, how we develop AI or how we philosophically, before academically looking into intelligence. And then it goes up to the user applications and end users. So we have the bottom line science that we think about AI, we design something that looks like it should be intelligence or it can be intelligence. And then we use different tools and methods to implement some products that are intelligence and then provide those products as a service. So when, for example, you get a self-driving car, it's a product, but the service it provides is to do the driving. And then the applications of those services, what can it do? So if Uber or a taxi uses a self-driving car to deliver a service and does something, that would be the application of AI. So there are different layers, and in the science layer, we have research, technology itself, not implementation of technology, but technology itself, and then the idea that we come up with. In the tools level is the tools that we are creating or using with which we create AI, and with which we create products that are intelligence. The products can be AI software that we can buy or develop, and then again, the service can be something like software as a service, online things that we use. The simplest example could be spam filtering in emails. It's a service, AI service. And then the application layer is when we can apply it, for example, in business. So now that we have a very broad view of AI and what can be called AI, we want to look into what does it do in Europe and what's the relation between AI and EU. We'll look into electronics, software, and then AI. In EU, we have had major hardware electronic brands like Nokia, Siemens, Alcatel, Ericsson, and Philips used to be global major players in electronics, but not anymore. And today we have 0 major EU company that produce either PC or gaming console or mobile phones, TV, display monitors, or camera, or many other electronic devices. We do not have even one major global company that is based in Europe to do any of this as many others. So, in fact, US, China, Japan, Korea are leading, and EU was one of them, used to be, and now EU has lost electronics race in the world. Then after that, we get to the software. Around 40, 50 years ago, it was a hot topic. And we have 3 different things when we talk about software. Infrastructure. It's cloud computing, content distribution, domain name services, and those things can consider as software infrastructure that we can use to build stuff with computers. And then we have platforms that we build software upon them. So like operating systems, internet browsers, search engines, app stores, and social media are few platforms that we build software and application on them. And then applications themselves, which are end user applications, such as Spotify, Skyscanner, Angry Bird. These are European examples. And these applications are the code that programmers develop over platforms that are running on infrastructures. The role of Europe and countries in European continent in applications are more significant than others. We actually lost the software race in infrastructure and platforms. We have something to do in applications. And, but here there is a problem. We are almost there. The problem is the major companies that are globally known and providing global applications are almost all of them focused on one application. Spotify is one company with one product. Skyscanner the same, Angry Bird, and those are the same. So we're almost there, not completely. So we can call it a loss for software in EU in a global scale. Now we want to look into AI and see what is AI plus EU that in the title. AI is new. Every year we hear a lot about what is AI, how we look into AI, and many people disagree on what can we call AI and how to define AI. So it's very new. It's almost like the time that software was 50 years ago or electronics were many years before that. So there is a chance that EU can win AI race. So right now there is a race, and who is winning the race? We have Center for Data Innovation that published an article as a result of research that has the same title. This is the brief summary of the result of the research, and I highlighted this part, that they find that despite China's bold AI initiative, the United States still leads in absolute terms. China comes in second, and the European Union lags further behind. And at the end of this research and this publication, they suggest the only way EU can win is to improve its AI capacities and capabilities. So who is winning the AI race? Definitely not EU yet, but EU took initiatives, learned from the past losses, and now we have set a goal for 2030 to have 20 billion annual investment in AI in Europe, with the hope that we will win this race and have a role in global market in AI. So now we are going to jobs. We talked about AI. We talked about what do we mean with AI plus EU, and we learned how Europe is looking to AI and wants to win this race after losing two other related races. And now we want to look into what does it have to do with jobs. So looking in different statistics, I found three couple of numbers very interesting to share here that could be relevant to other slides. 73% of European tech jobs are generated by startups. 73% of tech jobs. So if we want job creation, we cannot rely on big companies and corporations. And we can see that on the news, corporations are laying off employees, firing people in mass numbers. But startups are generating jobs, 73% of the tech jobs. And this is almost 5,000 different startups in Europe that are creating these jobs. And the thing is, if you think about it, big corporations are either slow growing, so few job additions to their system, or they're losing something or firing people, so there are job losses. But startups try to start something. Either they lose, so there is nothing to create or lose, or they succeed. It means they will get a lot of jobs added. So the only way startups can do is to add jobs, not losing jobs. If you start thousands of startups and none of them succeed, you lose almost no jobs there. But if you get one big company bankrupted, tens of thousands of jobs will be lost. The second one is interesting to me. On average, each European startup employs 17 people. When it says on average, it means considering those startups that have one employee or two co-founders working 2-3 years together and then not succeed, or succeed but keeping in that way. So it means 17 people, each startup on average. And we have 5,000 startups creating 73% of European tech jobs. Put those numbers together and we can see that startup field or startup era is where we can create jobs. And the last part, young companies, startups after they're starting growing, are creating jobs at a rate of 10% year on year. It means I have one employee, I have 10 employees, next year 11 employees, next year almost 12 employees, next year, and then it grows faster because year on year 10%. And 73% of European jobs, each startup 17 people and 10% growth every year. So we can see that 73% of jobs are created by startups, 10% annual growth, and what type of jobs we have. First we might think, how many tech people should we have to have 73% of the jobs of tech industry field, and it would be significant for our countries or the European Union. But, and how many of those tech jobs should be software jobs, and how much of those software jobs should be AI jobs? But the types of jobs that we are looking into could be directly AI related, like data scientists, machine learning experts, and so on. But it can be not directly AI, but related to AI. Like you could be a developer on TensorFlow. You're not AI developer, but you are a developer using a tool that's used for developing AI. A company might hire you, or a startup might get you as a co-founder because you know how to code in a way that AI industry needs. And there are also non-AI tech jobs, the technology jobs that has nothing to do with AI directly, like programmers in general, network experts, cloud experts, DevOps. And those are the jobs that are tech, not AI, but if you have an AI company, you need them. And there are non-tech jobs, like marketing and sales, accounting. They are jobs that these companies that are creating startups, they need those. They need lawyers, they need accounting, they need marketing and sales. These are very classic examples, but it can go way wider. So if we focus on startups, if we focus on growth and job creation, it is a few number of, or few percentage of that could be AI. Many of that could be tech related, not AI related, and there are a considerable portion that is non-tech created by tech industry. So we looked into AI. overview of AI. We looked into what EU is doing with AI and why. And we looked into job opportunities in AI industry and EU and how it can be a good opportunity. So the European Union looking for creating jobs, European continent countries in the European continent looking for creating jobs. AI industry is what we haven't lost. EU is investing heavily in creating jobs and creating AI industry. So there are opportunities. And AI jobs are not just tech, software, or AI related, but many other jobs related to businesses and companies. Now, I like to talk about, since I'm coming from Sweden, I like to talk about Swedish role and impact and in this matter, how we are contributing or helping EU as one of many countries that are doing something to make this AI plus EU job creation machine happen. We have several different organizations, initiatives, and programs in Sweden, but I would like to talk about one of them, which is Swedish AI Fund. We call it SAFE. Swedish AI Fund is started to step out of Sweden and work internationally, including EU, of course. But the focus is not Sweden, is not just EU, it's internationally. We are looking for startups, micro businesses, and individuals to fund because of those 73% jobs in tech created by startups. And those startups might need the next person, and next person, next person to hire, and those people might need some fund to do something, to learn something, to get certified, to buy some service, or those kind of stuff. So we are looking to 500 to 5,000 euro per application, and we have the capacity of 10,000 applications per year. So with this, we can make sure that the startup ecosystem and skill work ecosystem, they can get something to start with and cover small costs that they have. And since it is distributed to 10,000, almost 10,000 applications, we make sure that a good portion of them get success, get the push they need and the help they need to do something. And the last item that is very important, and it was very tricky to implement, was administration by local partners. So we're partnering with different universities, different associations in different countries, and in each country or each local area, region, geographical region, we have partners to get the fund, portion of the fund, get the applicants in their region, due diligence, approval, and distribution. So we don't do the review and approval in Sweden. We trust the universities and associations in different countries to do the due diligence, do the decision making, look into the budget getting from us, and distribute the fund to make sure that fast as possible we can cover 10,000 applicants per year. Thank you, and I hope I had something to add and give you some overview, insight of what's happening. If you have any questions or any comments, I would be happy to.
Yeah, we won't do that now, but clearly if you have a question, you're curious, you'd like to know more, you're around today, obviously, so you can grab a coffee, have a chat with Reza, and see where you can take those conversations forward. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Reza Msari. Thank you so much. Right, what we're going to do right now is prepare the stage for our next session, which is another healthy, productive discussion. Just to let you know, a little bit later on, again, maybe already you've looked at the program, and towards the end of the day, maybe some of you are looking forward to perhaps our very last keynote speaker, who is Olli Sinerma, Senior Advisor from Business Finland and a game analyst at Polite magazine as well. Unfortunately, due to a family emergency, he was not able to make it for KosICT 2022, so he will not be coming, and so that session is now put aside. However, you'll see at the end of the day, after that session, we've got the future developers, all the youngsters, all the young kids, all the teenagers who are outside over the last couple of days creating solutions to problems. What they will do, they're scheduled to share their ideas a little bit later on at 10 to 4. What they'll do, they'll come on stage a little bit earlier. So we're looking at about, I would say, 3:30, so it's a little bit earlier than scheduled. That's when all the future developers on this stage, I think we have more than about 16 different teams, they'll stand here and they'll share exactly and present, almost pitch what they've been doing over the last couple of days. Last year we did this, fantastic, really intriguing, really curious to hear what's really going on in their brains and how they're solving these solutions. So we're going to do it all over again today. Again, remember, scheduled a little bit earlier than on the program at 3:30. Right, let's move on now to our next session. Again, a digital transformation session. The question is it a challenge or an opportunity? Opportunity or challenge? I'm sure both of those sides are relevant, both of those ideas, both of those two sides of the coin. I'm sure we've got lots of benefits and lots of advantages, perhaps disadvantages as well. What we're going to do now, we're going to jump into those two ideas, and again try to make sense of those two and help you make better decisions at the end as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator who's going to moderate this session moving forward, co-founder and managing director at findbug.io, Mr. Tanzer Abazi.
Hi to everyone. It's really a pleasure being among you. I am Tanzer Abazi. I am as I mentioned, I used to work for law enforcement agencies for a decade right now as a security engineer. I'm acting as a community builder on cybersecurity capacities, and we do such a similar, not similar because it's a huge event, and I want to congratulate this kind of event organizers that did a great job. But never mind, the best part of this panel are self-panelists. I want to invite Mr. Agim Kukai, who is the head of ICT department at Ministry of Economy. The next panelist is Fatbard Veseli. I think Fatbard is here. We're going to switch to the next one, which is Kastrat Fetai, is a lead security engineer working for NOX. And in the meantime, we are waiting for Fatbard Veseli. I've seen here, we met him, but I don't know, perhaps he's somewhere close to. So, as discussed, of course, that is a big challenge, digital transformation. It has lots of benefits, but in the meantime, it has lots of challenges. And I have the most adequate person, Mr. Kukai, who was working for Ministry of Economy for years, I think since 2004, yeah? And he was heading lots of policy making related to digitalization, to ICT, and his ministry was responsible, and Agim was there for drafting those kind of stuff. So Agim, how do we stand with digital transformation as a government compared to Balkans and the region?
Thanks a lot, Tanzer. It's a pleasure to be part of KosICT as always, and we are together a long time, long years. So I am surprised about the number of people because it's not very attractive to listen to state bureaucrats. But anyhow, we will try to tell our story and address the panel and see how do we see this digital transformation, this disruption, this opportunity as well. And what can we do? because we have also, as a government, limited resources. We cannot do everything, but we can do much in cooperation with the private sector. So, the best story from the Ministry of Economy is that, you know, I'm old enough to say that after 1999, we had zero internet penetration. So it was just a couple of lines, landlines, 120 telephones based on copper, and you had to dial up. Kosovo today is 100% penetration. And it's almost 70% of fiber to the home. It's a lot of coax, it's a lot of other technologies, but fiber is, you know, taking over. So how we did it and how it was actually. So it was not easy, but we knew that we need to address the issue of transformation, of this digital disruption, what's going on. We had to be prepared for that, you know. So how to be prepared without connectivity? You know? So in 2012, we had the first digital agenda of Kosovo. In that digital agenda of Kosovo, we had 3 priorities. First priority was infrastructure, second was digital skills, and third one was cybersecurity. So all 3 priorities were forward-looking. So somehow we solved the issue till now of the infrastructure. So now we are working together with operators in the last village. So last village is already connected in August, so there is no any house left without internet connectivity in Kosovo. So now we are working with the operators to connect with the fiber optic towers for mobile. So we are preparing the country for 5G and 6G tomorrow. So 5G and 6G will not be possible without fiber optics, without connectivity of towers, without connectivity of points, because that's the broadband. So I think that we are in the right way to address the issue. After that, after 2013-14, we were talking to the industry and to the stake, and with them, we saw that there is opportunity for IT industry in Kosovo. We did together IT strategy, but we discovered that we need a lot of experts, and we were not wrong, but we couldn't see, you know, how many of them, and what are the best instruments to address that issue. So we now see open vacancies. Anyhow, we try to, based on that strategy, to write good project proposals and with a short amount of money, and to cooperate with the EU and to get some funding to make a good curricula for training programs. And now we have in place 2 big training programs that are not creating seniors, they are creating juniors, but anyhow, things are somehow addressed in order to address the issue of digital disruption and the future demand and jobs. So these schemes are producing programmers mostly, but as it was said earlier, we are also, in these 300 hours of training, we have 50 hours of soft skills training. So digital, IT project management and communication skills, and how to write a kind of CV and how to get a job, how to apply for that, are part of this curricula. So we do have feedback from these trainings that are supported by European Commission and by World Bank, and it's a lot of people who are getting employed very quickly, even though they are asking for high salary even from the first day. But anyhow, there is a still gap between this demand and supply. Anyhow, people are getting employed, you know, it's a number of people is increasing that are interested, and this curricula is built based on the industry needs. And the companies are asked for that, and the ICT Association asks for that. So what are these main demand? Main demand is for cybersecurity, main demand is for these data sciences. Main demand is still, but for, as Reza said before, also for non-IT jobs. You know, you have all, professions that will, you know, ask for IT skills, but not IT jobs per se. So these are some things that, you know, we are currently working on. Now, we are in the process, as Valon yesterday said, from 100% penetration to 100% concentration. And I remember that, it was very well said. So what should be our next concentration? where should be our focus? So we already started and we established Kosovo Research Education Network. We connected all universities and we will connect all schools in the next 5 years. But this Kosovo Research Education Network is cloud-based and it will create a lot of opportunities for research. Because as was said for AI will be one of the main subjects in the near future. We need to address the issue of artificial intelligence and data sciences. So these are new things that we are thinking on, and maybe in the next round I will talk more about plans. But these are the biggest successes of our government, but everything is done with the cooperation with the private sector. So I will leave cybersecurity to my colleagues, but they are bigger experts than I am, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kukay. And yes, we already have Mr. Vasily in a panel. Vasily works as a security architect for Capgemini, yeah? It's a German-based company, and he is quite active on a lot of organizations and agencies in Europe regarding those kind of policies and technical background as well on these topics. So, Mr. Vasily, do you think that we as a Kosovo are ready to go digital, and what is the approach of German states and other Western Balkan, Western countries on this part? As I know that your company is cloud-based, and do you as well, the second question is, do you think that even our government should go hybrid by hosting a couple of services on the cloud and the rest on-premise?
Well, thanks a lot, and sorry for my delay in attending the panel. I'm very honored to be here among very honored participants as well. To your question before, maybe I would like to make a little bit of reflection before I directly answer your question. As you said correctly, my work is based mostly not in Kosovo. So I would like to speak more about what I see in the market where I am more involved than in Kosovo. I think we have a lot of people here who know the Kosovo market much better than I do. But I would make a thesis here saying that probably we are not so much isolated from what is happening also in the rest of the world. We have our own differences, which we had the discussion before today between us. Somehow the topic of security is neglected by design. And this is something which we see not only in, I don't think this is a Kosovo problem, this is a worldwide problem, because if we think about IT in general, the main idea is to develop something new. But if we think a little bit more about what is actually security, we deal with security topics not only in IT. Everybody in our own house, when we leave, we should not forget to lock the house. We are careful how we deal with electricity. So there is a little bit awareness on the things that have to do with everyday life security, but I do not see this reflected in the IT world. I think this is lacking quite to a large extent. The topic of the discussion is digital transformation. I think I would also not like to speak on that, but at least we see there is no way out. Everything is becoming closer to the users. But I would like to give, perhaps, as a provocative thought that we should integrate security as we expected from what we have in everyday life. Now, getting back to your question, regarding are we ready? To be honest, what I see in the market, because as a consultant in a German-speaking market, I see that in many cases, also many of the decision makers are partly informed about the decision to transform their operations. In many cases, we see a trend. But yesterday I came in Brussels, we had a meeting with the European Agency for National Information Security, and we had a discussion about data sharing. There is a lot of movement having on the European level, because obviously we had the discussion on AI previously, and we see there is a huge worldwide competition who is getting as an economy also. Kosovo is a small economy. But at least we see on an EU level there is a huge movement from a political level to drive data sharing. And first of all, I would say the awareness on security, similar to what I made the association at House, needs to be reflected also, first of all, at the decision-making level in every organization, including government, but also the same in the private sector. This would be the main point, and I think for many engineers, unfortunately, security and privacy is seen as a barrier. And many people think of car brakes as actually being there to stop the car. That's not true. Car brakes enable you to drive faster. So in this regard, I would like to think about security as something which would enable us to transform more sustainably, by design and not by disaster. I will shorten my part of the discussion here. I'm not sure what was the second question, but perhaps give a little bit space to KosICT and we can get back.
Thank you for valuable information. KosICT works as a lead, as I earlier presented, as a lead cybersecurity expert to NOX, which is a Fintech, digital-oriented company that offers services and products for the Switzerland market. So, KosICT, perhaps the same questions could be related to you. On this, you can explain more about it, how your company is transforming this for such an important market in EU.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's true, actually, I work for a company that's, as a market, we have a Switzerland and US market. And we do digital transformation for a lot of companies in different industries like fund engagements, Fintech, health insurance, and even IoTs. And when we have a question, is the digitalization a way to go? My answer is no other way. We don't have any other way. So we have to do digitalization because this is a way to go. And do we need to do fast? Yes, we need to do very fast. But do we need to do wrong? No. We have to focus on what we do. Actually, Tanzar and me and Falbar, another committee of cybersecurity here in Kosovo, we engage a lot about the cybersecurity here in Kosovo. And recently we have seen many attacks and many holes in our government, but not only in government, but even in businesses, in banks and other businesses. And yeah, we have done some digitalization here, but with the digitalization comes a challenge too. And probably even here in Albania, we have make digitalization. Albania even have a rapid development in digitalization. But what we have seen recently, during digitalization, we have made a lot of mistakes. So we have seen recently attacks in Albania that mean they have digitalized most of the public services, but they have not implemented any good monitoring system that monitor this kind of systems. For example, if you refer to Microsoft report about the cyber attack in Albania, it's seen that the entry point of that attack was a SharePoint instance that was unupdated for 2 years. There was CSV on it. That was a known vulnerability on it for more than 2 years. This means Albania has lacked to implement monitoring systems, and probably they don't know the assets. I had a conversation with my colleagues who work with the government like days ago, and I asked, how many public services do we have? Do you know what is the answer? We have around 300. Around 300 is not the answer. If you work for the government and you're responsible to know about the asset, you will know the exact number. And if you know exact number, you have to have a monitoring system for all the assets. And yeah, if you have seen cyber attacks, most of them here was denial of service attacks. And if you are a government and you have downtime 4 days with the denial of service attacks, you probably have done something wrong, really wrong, because if someone attack me and company with denial of service, I will block it for 5 minutes because we have monitoring systems and firewalls and ideas and all our other services that prevent and block this kind of attacks. Thank you, Gunnar.
Okay, thank you, Castriot. And Mr. Cook, I mentioned earlier that you have some plans, the planning, how you are planning to go with this. As far as we know that Fatbar Vasily is outsourcing his skills for the German market, the same is doing the Castriot. How are we going to keep these talents to work and support our governments and the rest that potentially are outsourcing that? Is there any plan, government plans? Is there any education plans, increasing capacities, and how are we going to handle those stuff?
I mean, in the government, we are struggling actually to keep talent inside. Because people are coming and being trained, and they're having a lot of opportunities to go around and be, you know, really skilled, become skilled. But they are after that leaving, you know. And getting somebody else in the public administration, it's a long process, you know. You have to go through the hell to hire somebody. Anyhow, this government is trying to create a kind of scheme to bring experts from diaspora, and they made a kind of registry for experts based on the demands from the departments. And it's not just the IT department, it's from most of these professional departments that are running energy, IT, mines, agriculture, financing. So there will be a scheme, and these experts will be really good paid. I'm not sure how this scheme is going to work, but it will be, you know, opportunity for experts who want to help the country to overcome these obstacles and these challenges. And it is a challenge, really, it is a big challenge. Starting from writing a project proposal and after that implementing it, and not to mention how to maintain the systems. And here I see a kind of a big bottleneck, and we need to see how to maybe change a model of work inside the government, because everything was done in the government is project-based. You publish it, and you have a company who is implementing it, and they are sometimes maintaining it for a couple of years, and after that, you know, everything remains in the hands of the public administration and people who are, you know, not very well motivated or enough motivated to do the job. So I think that we have to think in the near future how to maybe have a kind of split of responsibilities, how to make these partnerships between public and private. Without this public-private partnership, I mean, even for the government systems, I don't see that we can, you know, overcome the challenge. So doing that is not easy, because we have a lot of laws and legislation and regulations that are, you know, really strict. And in order to do that, you need to really change a lot of things, starting for public procurement, but that's a must. So keeping one cybersecurity expert, as these colleagues here are sitting, it's not easy in public administration. You have to be really motivated, or you have to have, you know, a high professional ethics to stay in the government for a longer time, you know. Anyhow, we cannot stop, and we have to move, and challenges are big, and we need to see maybe other opportunities, and the government is trying to bring these opportunities inside. So what this Ministry of Economy doing now is trying to formulate a new digital agenda 2030, and in these directions we are trying to address the issues of you know, of these technologies that are mentioned today and yesterday. You know, AI and R&D and cybersecurity and the digitalization of businesses, non-IT businesses, education. These will be main themes of the new digital agenda. But what would be the instruments, and how to handle it? So we are now just started negotiation with the European Commission that Kosovo joined the Digital Euro program. There are 7.2 billion euros that will be, you know, available also for IT companies of Kosovo. And very soon, when we conclude, and we do hope we will conclude this year, these negotiations, we will sit down with the IT companies in Kosovo, with the association, and see to go through these steps. That's another opportunity, you know, to catch up somehow. Because there is also the risk, you know, we have a lot of developers, we are working a lot of services for abroad. We started to do some products based on stick data, so we need maybe to go further, you know, because we are a smaller population. We need to look for niche markets, you know. So this is another opportunity together with Horizon Europe that are not used in Kosovo enough. So we need to use that, and I'm sure that we are capable of doing that. So I see the bright future, even though there is a risk, and this risk will just open the eye of Kosovo. So let me just switch a bit to the cybersecurity from the government's perspective. We passed the law on the government, but it's general law, and we are preparing another law about network information security, transposing 2 directives into national legislation. And next year, in early next year, we will start to establish national, energy cert for energy sector. And after that, sector by sector, we will prioritize in order to address the issue of cybersecurity. But you know, there are a lot of things about data and a lot of things about privacy that need to be addressed. So, I mean, we don't have time to talk about it. And another issue, since we have here people from municipality of Pristina, smart cities are in the agenda of the government, and see how can central government help, you know, municipalities to address the issues of smart cities, because municipalities, not all of them are struggling for people as well, you know, but they need to offer, they need to have platforms, they need, because you know things are not settled enough well in the municipalities. So and there will be also the challenge. So all these themes and all these things are, you know, in the agenda of the government. So yeah, I will stop with that, you know. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to understand that cybersecurity community is not against the digitalization. Of course, that we are so pro, but we want to make sure that we are doing good that part. And what happened in Albania is so impactful for those that do not understand. When you have the documents in paper, you have to be physically there to get those information. When you sort of offer digital services to the public, they are exposed on the internet, and some malicious actors can use them, and as it happened in Albania. And those kind of documents can affect, those kind of data can affect me and you and everybody. That's why we want to take care on that part. And whenever we go digital, we should count on cybersecurity countermeasures. We should count on pen testing. We should count on monitoring part. And are we ready on 3 elements that are educated enough people? Did we have the adequate technology? And do we have the policies in place? So, Mr. Veselia, how the Germany is handling those kind of stuff? Do Germany have data leaks on that? We have just a few minutes, so give us some, mostly for the public services.
I think this problem, again, I think this problem is really not unique to the public sector. It is everywhere, and I totally agree with what you said. We know it also, I make another association with the cars. Whatever measure we do, the thieves will always find a way to go in. This is the same thing also in information security. This does not mean that we should not give our best. But, as you said, if we cannot detect, we will not be able to defend. So I think that's the first thing we should be good at, and we see this happening in Ukraine, where a very large warfare is happening on major players globally, and they're still able to defend their own infrastructure. This is a huge issue. And what is happening in Germany, in the beginning also in Germany there was a huge panic. Especially after the Ukraine start, we see a very huge, bigger attention, especially in the public sector, to information security. But as we talked earlier, you cannot add security at the end of the product life cycle. We have many DevOps projects happening. We need to add the sec between, DevSecOps. We need to integrate already before the CI/CD pipeline, actually, security in the minds and in the processes of every company, also in the public sector. I think this would be perhaps very general way because of time and the audience issue. I think I would not go deeper into that, but also in Germany there is also political reaction, but also a business reaction, and it is currently seen also in the industry as threat number one to the existence of many businesses, of huge businesses.
Thank you. How many minutes do we have left? 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I thought we were going to finish.
So we can start now talking.
Okay, I think that KosICT is well informed what happened in Kosovo recently. We have been targeted over lots institutions been targeted on cyber attacks, including ISPs also, and some private businesses and medias. So KosICT, what happens in Albania and what happens in Kosovo are the same stuff, or it's quite different?
Actually, it's not the same stuff. They have common things. In Albania and Kosovo, we both face the denial of service attacks that are like a primitive attacks, that the role of it is to deny the service. Like when you go to e-Albania or e-Kosovo, you probably will not be able to access it. In Albania was a more advanced and more deep attack. I told it before, they find a vulnerable server that is hosting SharePoint, and from that they kind of gain internal access, and after from that server they penetrate to the deeper network, and they manage to get data from the mail servers and from other computers that probably are being part of a Active Directory that is the same thing. Even in a government of Kosovo is managed, how the endpoints are managed in the internal infrastructure. In Kosovo we have, based on what we have seen and about what the government has reported, it was just a denial of service attack, but the denial of service attack was huge. That's very important to know, because the government have made an announcement that during the denial of service attack they have problem with the internet in internal infrastructure. That's an issue, that's a big issue, because if I attack you a server that probably has information by Prime Minister, and with that attack I block all the service, the internal services for the employees who work in the government, that's huge. And what we have seen lacking of the government managing it, because as Fatbar told before, security should be included in all cycles of development process. And what we have done in government, there are good infrastructure, good internal infrastructure. It's not all bad about the government of Kosovo, but the endpoints that external perimeter had been building on top of something that we had puzzle by puzzle. What we have seen from government, they have firewall. What is a gap in it? They have a firewall that is 1 gigabyte. And the attack was about more than 40 gigabytes per second. So 49 more, and you cannot block. Even if you put all the IPs in firewall that deny access to it, then you're not going to block. You're going to throttle the firewall. The CPU and RAM going to be 100%, and you cannot block it. So what we should do? We should implement cloud firewalls like Cloudflare. Cloudflare have almost infinite, because infinite doesn't exist in bandwidth, but they can block. They can block. They have blocked 1.8 terabytes per second against the GitHub. That was the biggest denial service attack. We should go. I want just to mention a case that we have during the years here in Kosovo. We have always problem during the elections with a system that show the vote in real time, counting of votings. And how we solved it? Maybe Agim can tell, and others. What we did it? We moved it in the cloud to Azure, and after that we had better. Of course, wasn't the best solution. We had some time even there, but it was a big step. Moving to cloud, implementing cloud services and cloud firewalls, it kind of blocked it. And of course, besides implementing infrastructure, government need to set a communication with all the parties. So actually what had happened here, how we blocked the inline service attacks. The inline service attacks have been blocked in ISP level, Internet Service Provider. So IPCO, Quitesa, or Motion, and others have blocked IPs that they don't allow to hit, for example, EcoSovo or police site or whatever. But the communication was very slow. We had more than 3 days downtime at the government EcoSovo platform. Not all the time, but part by part. So 2 or 3 hours a day, after that, half a day, and so on. For land, I just want to give some advice what the government and other institutions like banks and other stuff should do to avoid and to protect the assets. One of the first steps, looking from the infrastructure, is to identify assets, to know what they have. So I'm 100% the government, and even again that is a part of the government, probably will not know some of the systems they have, because not all of them are hosted in the government systems. Some of them are hosted in private servers of the companies who used to develop them. So first step is to identify all the assets, to put in the government systems, to put in monitoring system, implement IDS and IPS, there are systems for identifying and preventing threats, and of course, last but not least, is advancing and training the personnel who work with that. Because you can have a Ferrari, but you will not be in a race if you are not a good driver. So that's the case. Thank you.
Maybe I add just one more thing. I mean, there are two kinds of organizations and companies nowadays in the world. Those that know that they have been hacked and those that don't know that they have been hacked. We see the traffic. There is I have not seen any company that has not been a target. But this is what I'm going back to my previous point. You have to be able to measure it. You have to be able to detect it. I mean, we see this, okay, DDoS attacks. Of course, it is very unfortunate for me as a citizen if I cannot go and download my certificate from the municipality office or whatever. But if we have some advanced threats, like we had in Albanian case, for example, the so-called persistent threats, which might be there for years, undetected, moving from one system to another. And we have to understand, perhaps it makes it easier for us if we make it tangible, if we touch it. But these systems contain very often sensitive and confidential information. State confidential information, company confidential information. And this is even a huger problem and harm, I would say, to the identity, to the information infrastructure of the country. And this is something which is not an easy task. I know Mr. Kuka has done a great work in governing, leading many different projects in the digitalization sector. And this is happening. And security is not easy. We need a strong governance structure to oversee everything that the country needs in order to build a more sustainable one. And we will have many attacks, but we should be able to know what do we do on the day when we detect the attack. Do we actually have some backup plan? Will the people be able to pass the border in a different method? Because everything digital is susceptible to attacks. And this is something we should probably also keep in mind. And of course, we can keep talking about all day. The main point is really awareness on every level of decision making, especially on the top decision maker, because this is an issue for everybody. This is an issue for the Prime Minister. This is an issue for the President. Back in the 90s, Bill Clinton was claiming that economy is the main problem. We know with the recent precedents that cybersecurity is issue number one. And this is something I think we have to slowly understand, and perhaps also the attacks which were unfortunate recently would have a positive impact in raising awareness and helping us change along with healthy digital transformation.
Thank you, Fatbarth. Thank you to all the panelists. Is there any question from the audience for the panelists? Thank you. Okay, we're gonna finish right now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and moderator. Thank you so much. That's right, we're just going to clear this stage very quickly indeed. Thank you so much. There we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now to our next, very shortly to our next session indeed. Again, remember our hashtag still on fire from yesterday with all over LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, everything else as well, every social media platform you can imagine, we are sharing it out here. Hashtag KosICT22, hashtag KosICT22. And again, keep those going, and as you'll see, a little piece of what's happening here in Pristina, in Kosovo, can be shared out to different parts of the world as well. Right, we move on now to our next session right here on stage. I think we're ready. Yes, we are. Absolutely. No. I'm going to ask everybody just to take a seat, either move or take a seat. You can either shuffle across on your way out or take a seat. Fantastic. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session right now. This is all literally simply called the blank collar. Work is for bots, life is for humans. I'm so glad it's not the other way round. Life is for bots, work is for humans. Some of us may think it's like that. The next gentleman here on stage, he's going to share with us and tell us it's not like that at all. I'm glad he's going to do that. I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to hear exactly what he has to say. Please put your hands together for Global Executive Director of Dentsu International, Mr. Christian Kabashi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for coming and for watching this presentation. So, first of all, let me start a little bit talking about the blank collar. So the blank collar is the future of all kinds of workers. Why? Because the blank collar is, oh, wait, where's it going? Okay, maybe starting very quickly, okay. Okay, it's that. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, Ocean Film. Just give me a second, some technology problems. Okay. So maybe let me tell you a little bit about the history of the blank collar, how it actually started. The blank collar principle started around 5 years ago in New York. And I was sitting and I was invited to talk about the future of work for the New York Times back then. And 1 second. Kan er schon? 1 second. Okay. I'm sorry, somehow it's moving by itself, so I have to take a look at the slides myself. So when women know it's a yeah, boy. Yeah. Boy. Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay, you know what? Let me just talk because it doesn't seem to work somehow. Okay, so again, let me start from the very beginning. So work is for bots, life is for humans. This concept was invented 5 years ago because we all know that we have blue-collar workers, we have white-collar workers, and the blank collar is the worker of the digital transformation. So what does it mean? Just think about all those good paid jobs of the last few decades, like auditors, lawyers, bankers. All these are very specialized jobs. What we see right now through advanced technologies is that those jobs are being automated right now. And what is important is that people are much more in focus. So what's happening actually right now is that we become much more human again. in control of technology, being able to leverage our human capabilities, which is like problem solving, creativity, communication. And the reason why I actually want to present this here in Kosovo is because Kosovo for me is a blank collar country. What I see based here for several months right now is that many people here in Kosovo are generalists. So I have been in a presentation a couple of weeks ago where they were talking about outsourcing of people. The problem is people here in Kosovo are basically not the typical outsourcing country people who are just dedicated for one specific job. They are more the generalists who like to work on various fields, which makes them perfect for a blank collar. Because a blank collar is, as the name says, without any color and is able to do several kinds of jobs. So what I have developed over the last decade is, I have created an equation. One slide more. One second. So let me talk about the equation that's going to start here right now on the slide. Yeah, this one. So I was thinking about if you want to translate or if you want to transform a company. I always thought it's actually quite easy to transform a company because this is the job that I'm doing for the last 15 years. Going in multinational companies, trying to transform them to become more agile. And the more I was trying to make the equation easier, the more I understood it's not easy. If you want to if you want to transform a company, it's actually quite some work. So this is why I created this equation over the last 5 years, and I just want to explain it a little bit to you what it actually means. So the equation always starts with the vision and the mission. This is how it always starts. Every single company needs to understand, first of all, they have to generate their vision and they have to create a mission. Once they have this, they have to understand the D. The D stands for data. If you understand the data inside of your company and you can track the data inside of your company, you are in control of your company. And how you are going to see this equation is you always have to start from left to right. So after you have the mission set, created the mission, and understand the data inside of your company, you basically go into the inner circle, which means culture, process, knowledge, technology, UI, and UX. Why have we put technology not above but below? We all know this very cool term, digital transformation. For me, that's shit. Why? Because digital transformation is just a buzzword. At the end, the people who work inside of digital transformation are still humans. So what you actually need is to understand, first of all, create a culture within your company. That's number one. Number two is you have to understand the process. If I go to companies, the first thing when I ask them, what is your process? Well, yeah, we do somehow work. If I try to let them explain it to me, nobody has a clue. It takes me a long time for them to understand what the process is. After that, we have knowledge, you see it's square. Why is it square? In companies, knowledge is always within silos. So what you have to do is to break the silos and to connect the knowledge together. And the knowledge is then not knowledge plus knowledge. It's actually knowledge plus knowledge is actually square. So the sum of knowledge together creates a much bigger one. I'm going to explain this later. And then at the end, after you have all this set and done, all those companies talking about AI and this kind of stuff, AI is very nice, but to enable real powerful AI, what you need, you see here the A times 3. It actually means automation, augmentation, and AI. What does it mean? Augmentation means offshoring. Automation, like the word says, automation. And AI is only possible if you understand the data. And if you have created real technology, user experience, and user interfaces for your employees, for example. So, next one. I don't have time to explain the whole equation because it would be more than the time that I actually have right now here to explain it. So I just took one part of it. What does innovation mean within the company? Innovation is culture plus processes plus knowledge and technology and communication. And I'm going to break them down right now to explain them to you just very shortly, just that you understand what it actually means. So let's go to the next one. Okay, Let's talk about culture very quickly, and we can move already to the next slide. So if you think about culture is more and more important in every single company. It's something that when we were talking about blue collar and white collar workers, if you think about it, you are working in an office, you're typing on, doing some Excel work, etc. That's not human work, that is actually robot work. So right now it's even more important in an age where you really have to work with knowledge. It's very important that you have a very clear culture defined. You understand the values which are based on your vision and mission, and that you put it into the heads of your employees. If you cannot make that happen, you will lose your employees within the company. It is something that I see many, many times here in Kosovo. I have a company here which is called Numerics. It's a Fintech startup. And when people come to apply and I see their CVs, I see so many companies on their CV. And they are only 22 or 23. How is this possible? So what happens, they come to my company and they have done like 50 works and 50 companies, and they were just like they're 22, 23. That's not possible. How does it happen? It happens because you don't put an emphasis on culture. If you have a culture, strong values, a vision and a mission, you actually have employees who can actually identify with their company. We have somebody here that I know very well, who is Benjamin Kolenovic with Growzillas, for example, who I work with together. They have a very strong culture in their company. If I ask him, how long do your people work in your company? He says several years. This is very, very important. So this is more about the culture part of the equation. Let's go to the next one. Process. Let's go to the next slide. When I talk about process, you have to, myself, I'm a very chaotic guy, very chaotic. If you would ask my mother or my sister or whatever, like my room looks like shit. I need people to actually clean everything up for me. But what I have learned as somebody who knows chaos is how to create a framework to actually work very well within it. And this is why process is so amazingly important. Process is important to understand. It's something that's ultra boring. If you go into a company and you just name the word process, people throw up. Why do they throw up? Because they think, okay, shit, what do I have to do with this? But process is actually, it explains to you where something starts and where it ends, and what are the bits and pieces in between to make something happen. Only if you understand the process, you are able to change. This is not just for the company, that is general. That's for your life, for everything. People just go through life or through a company and they don't understand the process. They know that somehow everything works, but if you ask them how it works, they cannot define it. So it's absolutely important to understand the process, because once you understand the process, you are able to make changes. So this is the part of the process. Let's go to the next one. Knowledge. You have to understand, like right now, we live in an abundant world. I've talked to several people in this country and many other countries where I am, but I'm just talking right now about Kosovo. How is it possible somebody tells me, yeah, the universities are not very good here? You don't need to have good universities. Knowledge is accessible everywhere. You have YouTube. You have Udemy, you have all kinds of platforms that actually help you to upgrade yourself. When it comes to the companies, knowledge is something of the most important IPs that you have inside of your company. And that is also the problem that I see in this country that many people don't seem to understand. So when I see, for example, people applying to my company here in Kosovo, and I see that they have worked in several companies before. What they don't realize is that every company has to invest into the people that come into the company. That is knowledge. Once the person moves into another company, that knowledge is left. If you are a good company, what you actually do is you document everything and you have everything accessible. And then when somebody new comes in, they can actually profit from that accessible knowledge. But the big problem is that to accumulate knowledge, it takes time. You cannot just work 6 months or 12 months into a company and think that you can advance. It's just not possible. So this is why it's very, very important in the companies to really be able to aggregate this knowledge, because every company has smart people. Every company. Like there's no possibility that you don't have at least, if you are 10 people, you have at least 2 very smart people. You have to make the knowledge accessible to everyone. If you make it accessible, everybody profits from it. Next one. Technology. What is the most important thing about technology? So I myself, I'm a huge fan of Star Trek. Why am I a fan of Star Trek? Because when I was little, I remember when my mother said, why are you looking this shit? It's never going to happen. Everybody of you has an iPhone in their pocket right now. So it happens. We live in a time right now where technology is accessible to everyone. And the thing that many companies in digital transformation just don't seem to understand is that the technology needs to adapt to the people and not the people to the technology. And the reason why this always happens is because companies start with digital transformation inside of the company, but what they completely miss is the process. So after you understand the process within your company, then you can decide how do you need to modify the technology to actually adapt to the way that you work. And not like trying to force people to work in a certain way which has just no sense with a kind of technology. I've seen this over and over again. Right now, Dentsu, where I work, I'm in the global leadership board, we have more than 60,000 people. The worst thing that can happen is that when you try a digital transformation project with a technology that the people on the ground don't like, they are not only that they are not going to use it, but they're going to leave the company because they just don't want to actually work with this software, for example. It's very bad. So this is why technology, and this is why I mentioned in the beginning Star Trek. There was an episode in Star Trek where there was a small child and he was creating like a very nice statue with a laser. And one person goes there and he says, how did he do that? And then the other person says, he already had the sculpture in his head. He just needed the technology to bring it out. And this is exactly the same thing that you have to do in a company. In a company, you use technology to augment the lack of capability that you actually have as a human. Like remember, for example, and this is why I'm such a big fan of technology. Technology democratizes success. For example, myself, I have a Fintech in Kosovo. I have no clue about finance. No. Okay, I have a little bit right now. But why is it important? With technology, I'm able to access knowledge and make it accessible to others that was just not possible before. Why can I do it? Because I make knowledge accessible, I understand the process, and I build the technology to support it. Next one. Communication. This is something that is absolutely underutilized in almost every company. If you think about communication, the biggest success that I had in every company was when I was able to streamline communication within a company. Why? Because it has also effect on the knowledge. Like you can have all kinds of knowledge within your company, but if you cannot make it accessible through streamlined communication, you're not going to be able to access it. If I still see people using email, I throw up. Email is the worst thing that you can have within a company. Why? Because it puts knowledge into a casket, which only a few people can access. So when you're inside of a company, try to always make knowledge transparent. And also when you use communication, what you always need to do is to create a structure. I'll give you an example. I'm pretty sure lots of you know, for example, Slack or Teams or whatever. The worst thing that you can do is to give it to your employees and say, for example, okay, now use Teams. What's going to happen is everybody's going to create a channel, and this channel are 2-3 people, and they're going to use the channel for a couple of days, maybe weeks, and then the channel is going to be abandoned. So there's no structure. Why? Because you didn't have process in the beginning. If you would have had process and you would have predefined the channels, then you would have accessible knowledge and you would have streamlined communication. So what you see about innovation, what is innovation? Innovation is a recombination system. So if somebody tells me I have created something new, that's not possible. Everything is already created. The only thing that you can actually do is to bring things together, put them together into a new form, and that's basically what innovation is. Innovation is just the access of knowledge, streamlined by process, communicated to like an end-to-end, I'm repeating, like a communication system. I think that's the next one. Yeah, that's it actually. So just very quickly, just to sum it up. Everybody is talking about digital transformation. Everybody is talking about what is going to happen in the near future. The thing is just that the future is already there. We had the pandemic, which made a complete shift in how companies run, and nobody has really the answer about how to run a business. The answers is already there. The problem is there's no framework. So a little bit what I was just showing you right now is the framework of how you can do that. I'm currently in the process to publish a book, which is called The Blank Color Equation, and which is actually going to talk about the equation that you saw in the beginning. If you have more question or something, you can go to our social channels or the website. I hope this helped you a little bit for the future, and thank you very much. Okay.
Christian Kabashi, thank you so much. Fabulous. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to prepare the stage for our next, once again, a next healthy discussion about, I'll tell you that in a minute. But in the meantime, again, remember, a little bit later on this afternoon, we had scheduled at 3:20, if you look on the agenda, we had Olli Simena, Senior Advisor from Business Finland, scheduled to stand on this stage and share his session. Unfortunately, he cannot be here due to a family emergency, so he will not be, that session will be sidelined. We will not have that session. Although what we will do, the session afterwards was all about the future developers standing on these stage here, youngsters, young people sharing a little bit about what they were doing, what they've been doing over the last couple of days. That's scheduled for a little bit later on, but we're going to bring that forward. So at 3:30 on the agenda, this is that's when it will take place. So mark that down, 3:30, be here, because if you were here last year, well, not here, in prison, if you were in prison last year, you would have heard the amazing, great ideas, mind-boggling ideas that youngsters, even better than us, can actually come up with, certainly here from Kosovo, from Pristina, from the 4 schools, standing here sharing their ideas. So 3:30 on this stage. Right, session about to start right now. Fintech, Kosovo, paving the way for fintech in Kosovo, the fintech future of Kosovo. Again, I say that to you right now. Some of you probably may be thinking to yourself, well, I kind of know which way that direction that's going. And some of you will maybe need a little bit of a guidance. And if you are, this session here will certainly help you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator who's going to take this session in the right direction, I hope.
Hi.
I hope. And hold on, let me introduce you. I'll introduce you. They'll clap. They'll go wild. They'll go crazy.
Make sure that
well,
they
I'm
clap.
sure they will. They usually do, don't they? No, not really. But for you, they will. Ladies and gentlemen, the one. I built it up very well. Yeah. Let's see if it happens.
Let's see. I'll put you to
ICT lead at USA, the one, the only, Mr. Dio Halili. See that?
That's a good word.
Wild, what a wild crowd.
Okay. Yeah, where my guests are. Okay. So yeah, thank you all for coming here. My name is Dior Halili. I represent USAID Compete. I'm the ICT sector lead. Let me do a short intro and then I'll introduce my guests and then we'll have the discussion panel that we're all gathered here. We're here to talk about fintech, which lies at the intersection of a country's traditional strength in financial services and the future focus on the digital economy. To discuss more on the matter and see how this can shape Kosovo's future towards a cashless society, with me here today, I have Mr. Gazmen Selmani, founder of IBAS, part of PBC Group of Companies. I have Ms. Melita Umeraga, managing partner at Melita & Partners. Please welcome her at the stage. And I have Mr. Ulpian Marina, co-founder and CTO of Swinto. Okay. Thank you all. Fintech growth and the associated competition has challenged organizations like traditional banks and other financial institutions to consider how they operate. Now, this includes from how fast they respond to changing needs towards their business model, right? So these modules of the past were structured around linear and heavy manual processes. And the modules of modern technology, which I think most of you represent here today, demand us to be more networked, automated, and real-time data-driven. I would like, for the sake of all guests here, you do a short introduction of who you represent and, let's say, what is your mission statement, value, and all of that. I want to start with Ms. Imeraga.
Thank you, Dior. Hello, everybody. My name is Medita Imeraga. I am the CEO and co-founder of Meditime Partners, which is a consulting business located in Pristina and established in 2010. Our business was established with the purpose to help SMEs on implementing business solutions, and as well training them and coaching them on using the business solutions. And the trainings are specialized deeply for a niche like manufacturing, construction, and professional service industries. Beside business solution implementation, recently we are providing digital accounting services, which are based in QuickBooks, since we are a QuickBooks solution provider covering the region. And these services are provided not just locally, but regionally. And recently we started to provide them in UK. Beside this, seeing what Chris mentioned, and like we know nowadays, the human capital should be very skilled on using the technology. We have developed and providing the training, so-called Become Freelance Digital Accountant, using the global recent technologies like QuickBooks, Xero, and other softwares. And in order to have people providing these services from here to global countries and, yes, worldwide.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Gazvan Sinmani. I am founder of PPC Group, which then founded... Okay. Which then founded several companies, including IBAS. IBAS stands for Innovative Banking and Attractive Solutions. Our vision is to deliver cutting-edge technology for financial instruments, starting from digital payments, money transfer, and e-loans. So far we are doing great, and we could manage for a very short time to catch the break-even point for IBAS, which is a very rare case worldwide for fintech companies to achieve that performance in a very short period of time. So, and then we are continuing to bring new innovations in our market, in Western Balkans as well, and in the other side, we started, in fact, we established companies in London, and we will expand our services worldwide from London. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Orpian, co-founder and CTO at Swinto. First of all, thank you for spending your Saturdays hearing what we have to say. That's the first part. Swinto is a fintech platform. We're trying to build a financial ecosystem. It's based on a lot of the buzzwords you might have read from other companies, especially from the outside, like Revolut, the N26, the Venmos. We're trying to do something similar. Our company is based in Switzerland, but our offices and our wonderful staff is all in Kosovo. And so what we're trying to build is starting from really supplying that remittance market part. And as we move into payments, build out that infrastructure, the underlying digital infrastructure, to build upon all of the additional features that we're looking to build, which is very exciting. I have a few probably things during this thing that I will announce about what we're going to do at Swinto, but I'm just not trying to hijack the whole thing. But yeah, so that's me, that's what we do.
Okay, thank you, Ulpian. Is it okay if I call you in first name basis to keep this more informal? Awesome. Okay, let me get into the more technical side of the conversation. Central Bank of Kosovo has already granted electronic money institution licenses in the country, which in the long run may lead to cheaper domestic and international transfers, leaving little to no fees for crediting of transfers, right? So that somehow is a facilitation towards what we're trying to achieve here with the growth of fintech industry and its representatives. And within the same line of thought, regulators take an entity or sector-based approach, which can lead to a lack of certainty for firms with novel business modules wishing to operate in the region. From your point of view, and I want to direct this question maybe more to Gazmend and also Ulpian, given that they represent a share or represent a type of business that could affect this, is there a need for a more concerted effort on behalf of policymakers to understand these new operating fintech models currently evolving and to consider the existing supervisory framework in light of fintech companies in Kosovo?
Yeah, so actually, a fairly interesting question. First thing is to say, you know, my heart goes out to regulators all the time because they've always got to do so much catch up. There's always so many things buzzing with tech. You've always got regulators trying to make sure that, you know, in society we're all fine and that tech is not going beyond that breaking point. But there is something to be said, I think, about the way the central bank is here in Kosovo and the way that the tech industry, fintech industry operates here in Kosovo. I think primarily, I think we could have more communication. It doesn't have to start at the application process. I think it could be earlier than that. Right, so we could do lots of committees. We can do sandboxing, I think, with the central bank, where perhaps we can express what those ideas are. The wonderful thing about technology is that it enables, we had actually a great talk by Christian Kabashi, who was just talking about that, sort of democratization of success. It's actually very cool because you've got lots of very, very smart boys and girls out there who are all trying to build out the cool thing, and sometimes they're not up to date on the legal side about what they're doing, and it's not their job to do that. And that's actually, we should harness that power, and actually what we should do is bring them into that conversation and then help lead them and to say, hey, your ideas are amazing, but here's how you could do that in probably a safer way.
Yeah, so in order to change the market, you firstly need to educate the market, right?
Right,
in a way.
right. And I think what we need is actually, we need a synergy. We need a communication between the central bank and all the cool things and the various companies are doing. Practically speaking, I think we could do a sandbox. So I think we can have a 1-year sandbox like the FCA in the UK does the same thing. And I think we could also do probably committees between private tech companies and innovators and the central bank. And I think we'd see a lot of uplift from that.
Kasman?
Thank you. If you're allowed to add me something in terms of regulation perspective, because the role of the central bank is the regulation part and supervising part. As a solution guy and as a solution company, we aim to go in concrete terms in sense that central bank, we think that should speed up the process of bringing in force the PSD2, which is Payment Service Directive 2, which is very well applied in EU, and neighboring countries are applying as well. And central bank should cooperate in a much closer relationship with tax administration and with business registration agency to oblige all companies to have an version, an option for paying not cash, or to offer to the payers an alternative of paying in digital way. So this is what central bank and other organizations in Kosovo could bring, and as soon as they bring it, will support the economic development and education and all other circumstances needed to move forward in a faster way. So from our point of view, this is what central banks should do as soon as possible.
Okay. Melita, you mentioned earlier, based on the scope of work of the company, and I want to, shift my conversation and especially my question right now towards what you guys are doing currently. Can you please share with us the benefit of QuickBooks integration with open banking. So companies have real-time data flows, and how does that impact their financial management and their business doing on day-to-day basis?
Yes, actually, this is a very good question because providing accounting services in Kosovo and providing accounting services globally has a huge difference just because of open banking. Now, QuickBooks and other solutions are has the bank connection with the software, and basically the businesses are able to see real-time bank balance in one platform for all their bank accounts, including digital money like Wise, like Tide, and PayPal accounts and all of these, and they do not need to do manual work. This enables to have a paperless accounting, to have the exchange of data real time, and that businesses can manage better their cash flow and make informed decisions. This is just one part because everything is exchanged at real time, but another part is having a snap of an expense and bring it real time to the software and extracting data. So basically there is no manual work. It is, everything is done using the machine learning and automation by categorizing the transaction. So imagine a business having real-time expenses, profits, project profit, and all other data like better cash flow and better decision making. So for us, it's much easier to do the work outside than in Kosovo because here, getting back to what we do here, it is really very hard providing everything manually, and it's very hard to change the mindset. It took us 3 years, and it took us many contracts that we, ended just because of some businesses, getting used to have their accountant at the office and using the traditional way. So basically, all of us, as professionals in these fields, would love to have regulated this kind of exchanging the data between the bank and other institutions, because then we can do more advising work and providing more professional work than just doing the data entry. So it makes a difference, really a huge difference that how the services are provided here in comparison with the countries where open banking is enabled.
So I want to shift back to the online payments and e-banking. As an economist, I'm driven by the numbers, I'm driven by the data, and so I believe you guys are too. The rapid development trend of financial infrastructure has enabled the increase in the number of value of online payments by 10%, according to the Central Bank of Kosovo, compared to last year's value, while the number of payments through digital wallet applications, which is of higher interest for you guys, in 2021 was 37,000 payments, amounting a total value of around 550,000 euro in value. Although compared to, let's say, other regional countries, this may seem on relative terms a lower number or a lower value, to us it is some factor. It highlights something. It emphasizes a certain development. According to, so I want to get both of your opinions on this because you are still, let's say, playing and exploring in this industry. What are some factors that have enabled such an increase, and what can companies based in Kosovo do to help drive this trend even higher? Gazmend, if you can answer first, and then maybe Ulpian can do a follow-up.
Yeah, if I heard you well, you said 500,000. What was that?
So the number of payments through the digital wallet application in 2021 was 37,000 payments, amounting a value, so in monetary value, around 550,000 something. Yeah, so.
Should be small mistakes somewhere because only in our technology, the payments were about 20 million euros. I don't know.
In digital wallet payments?
Yeah, in digital wallet
okay.
payments.
Maybe the number was driven or withdrawn
Or
from a certain component.
Could be, or is let's say, a very small portion of the stats. So, as I said, in order to increase the usage of digital payments, we have to, how to say, shape a bit the way of thinking and a way of living. We have to offer to citizens digital payment infrastructure. We are ready, but the society is not. We have invested a lot, but there is there are still some needs, as I mentioned, from central bank and from institutionals, from different institutions, to create mechanisms that would support, oblige, and incentivize somehow the digital payments. Otherwise, we are cash-based payments. I remember a few months ago, I published a status in my social media. For example, if you ask a merchant somewhere in UK to pay with cash, they will be quite nervous with you. And it is completely the opposite in Kosovo and Balkan region. If you ask the merchants to pay in digital way, they will be very nervous with you. So we have to find the way which change this mindset. And there are, I mean, the world applied different instruments and they achieved to arrive where we are aiming. So we have nothing to invent, so we just have to apply what others did, and for sure we will increase with a high speed the change and what we are aiming to.
Yeah, it's actually a very fascinating thing to talk about because it's actually a trend that we've seen in other countries as well. I think there's two parts to it. One is what are the factors driving it? A big part, probably COVID, to be honest with you. Just trusting the digitization of systems, doing more things on apps, realizing you can't always go to the bank point or to the ATM and you got to figure out other ways to do payments. That's probably one of those factors. But really, sort of the real thing for me, the way I see it, is actually a question of trust. Yes, there are underlying things behind that. The tech part of it can be solved, will be solved as long as there is the will. But fundamentally, it's about trust. And there's something very interesting about Kosovo. I came about 2 years ago and I live here now. And it's been a big learning curve for me. So I've learned a lot. And I'm still learning positively. But one of the things that, the way I see Kosovo now actually, is a country where half of its people are in the country and half of them are out. You know, and if you think about the other half that are out, Switzerland, Germany, UK, and so on, they have this digital apparatus, yeah, that allows them to do all these very innovative things. But in Kosovo, it's not like that. As Gazmen was mentioning, 80% is like cash society, probably more than that. And I think what we have to do, really, to drive that, I think, is going to be totally based on trust. Fundamentally, money is a consensus mechanism, that it's a social contract. And you have to trust the people behind it and the institutions in order to say, yeah, I'll give this a go, I'll put my money in. What you'll see, for example, with Swinto is you'll see people who are putting in 5, 10 euros, and then later they're putting in 100 and then 150. So it's right. So they're sort of saying, hang on a second, this actually works. this crazy thing that is on my app, that's actually real money, you know. And there is that connection. I've seen many times we've done integration with Meridian and with Minimax and a couple of others. And honestly, it's like a sort of magic moment when you get someone going there and saying, I want to buy this, I want to also withdraw like 30 euros. And then a QR code pops up and then they sort of scan the QR code. Be like, is this real? Is this going to act? And then they scan it and it happens and the person goes, you know, thank you and everything. And there's that magic moment where they start building that trust and saying, I see what that's like. I think if we had more of that, especially with providing that infrastructure, if we had more of that, I think what you'll see is that Kosovo and the people here is actually going to surprise you. I think we have a population that's actually very tech savvy, mostly young. It's not about them not looking for innovation. I think it's just that there's a lack of it. And I think that's what we should be driving. And probably all of us sitting here are going to be some of the main people driving that, yeah.
Okay, thank you for for very interesting answers. I want to get back to Merita and say, so we're talking about these EMI-driven companies and products. Is there, let's say, a business plan on how can companies like yours and other companies that are applying digital accounting services and solutions to opt for EMI solutions? For example, because I think most of the companies or most of the portfolio are, so you're very overloaded in the sense of companies that are dealing with traditional business and traditional accounting. So has there been any shift? Are you guys exploring towards any business change? So, yeah.
To be honest, it is really hard because we are talking using the digital payments, but on the other hand, people are still cash-based. Businesses are still imagining most of their income coming from cash, and sometimes they do not. It's not trust. I would say it's gray economy. Because they have two kinds of accounting sets, two kinds of accounting softwares. And if they go to apply for a loan, let's say they ask you, can you make me a set of statements for bank? I would take a loan. So this is the main problem. Then it is the regulations, but the mindset is something that we need to work on. And I would say we have two types of businesses. Like the one that are run by modern entrepreneurs, and they are tech savvy. They would like everything to be on place, having the processes, having the technology, and having the information and taking the decisions based on the data that they have within their softwares. Like on the other hand, you have traditional businesses that I'm afraid that within 5 years they will change their mindset, or it takes time until so they are not early adopters and they need some time. So basically those businesses are not our customers. We do not work with them. We try to work with technology companies and manufacturing companies that really need their processes in place and really see accounting at the center of their business in order to get real information. So within 3 years, we have piloted with different industries these services, and just recently we decided to end up with only 10 businesses who are really 100% digitalized, and our services could come into consideration and to see as an added value for their businesses. So it really takes time for us. It's not easy like in other developed countries. Everything is hard starting from here. Plus we need to develop very skilled and specific, resources in order to use the technology and to provide this kind of services.
You know, the industry is taking a shift for good when companies substitute verbs, right? So you have the case, I'll Venmo you, I'll Cash App you, so it's been a synonym for I'll pay you later, right? But I think what we're here to discuss is that fintech is much more than a money-moving mechanism. I wanna touch upon a little bit upon the eBus and also Swinto's product features. I will ask maybe Gazman to briefly describe on the, let's say, features of e-loans and e-POS and how can we distribute this to a larger audience, and maybe then Ulpian can also follow up on that for the merchant API that you previously just touched upon a little bit with Meridian, and also because I think as much as this conversation seems very interesting to the wider audience in the technical sense of it and how they can benefit from it, people have very little information.
Well, I would come back again to the previous topic regarding the cash-oriented society. As Melita said, in one side, businesses refuse to use digital devices, digital tools, digital logs in order to escape the tax duties and so. This is, let's say, this is a topic that we have to raise it wherever we are and to convince whoever we can that paying taxes means that they will have better infrastructure, they will have better life, and so escaping them will continue the lifestyle that we have. In comparison, if you intend to sell a software, for example, for different type of industries, any one of them, almost any one of them, is going to ask you, can I have 2 different accounts, one white and one black? So, and this is, whoever delivers such a technology is supporting them to, let's say, damage the society. So we have to raise it up, we have to find ways and to, let's say, neglect these impacts and so. In the other side, when business doesn't offer the digital payments options and tools, of course the payers will hesitate because they are not they are not confident that they're going to realize a payment, for example, in car wash or some in any, so they have to keep some cash in their pocket to be sure that they can realize the payment. So, and this increases the volume of cash payment transactions. Coming back to the features of IBUS, we intend to play with 3 unique propositions. So we started with digital payments, money transfer, and e-loans. Then we continued with tool-less payment, fund-less payment, and limitless reward solution, which is a worldwide, which is going to be a worldwide platform. To give you some more hints, we truly believe that we invented a way of paying much better than Amazon Palm is delivering or PayPal is doing. And in the scope of rewards, there is a $200 billion market size per year worldwide, where we intend to offer latest technology for managing digital assets. In Kosovo, we are ready, technology ready, licensed ready to bring on, I'm saying for the first time, to bring on the financial instruments like shares, convertible debts, and bonds for private sector. And we are going to launch it soon. So 3 multiplied with 3. Thank you.
Yeah, just before I answer that, can I just say something about what Melita was saying? And I would absolutely hate to disagree, but I actually think, I think it's about incentive. You're right about how it is right now, and I experienced some of that here, but I think it's about a question of incentive. That's at least the perspective we take. Fundamentally, we've got to provide more value and make it easier for those businesses to do it the right way, rather than, because that is how it is. I mean, if you operate as a business here in Kosovo, there are just some barriers that, frankly speaking, it's just easier to do it the other way, and it's probably more profitable, more value, you know. So we just got to change the incentives the right way, and I think that's what we're trying to do at Swinto. So I mean, what we're building is, it's not like, I think some people misunderstand it. It's not banking better or banking 2.0 or card scheme 2.0. We're completely leapfrogging the entire infrastructure. We work with banks because they're absolutely fundamental to this ecosystem, and so are the card networks, and so are all that. But by connecting all these into an ecosystem, I think we provide a lot more value to merchants and to retailers. The merchant API was launched in March, and it's publicly available if anyone wants to go in and just Google Swinto Merchant API. And you can basically connect right now, and you can generate dynamic QR code links as well as pay links, and you can start collecting payments. Here's an example of changing those incentives for what we offer. When we go to a business, they say, well, why should I do all this fancy stuff with Swinto? I say, well, because we have 600,000 Albanians who come into Kosovo from outside and who could be potential customers. Now you can choose if you want to miss out on that 600,000, you know, by all means. But that's just one of the aspects that when we talk to merchants and businesses, which are also an essential part of that ecosystem, we provide that value. Or for example, we're launching soon SEPA transfers and ability to make and receive payments outside, and for us to integrate from Kosovo into the wider European, wider global payment system and banking system. That's another value, right? And it's like, yes, you can do things the way you want to do them with cash, but here's what you could be gaining if you join Swinto and if you do things in that way. The response from the ground is actually fairly positive, and it's a good thing because it's been surprising me in a positive way too. What we're building is effectively a platform that we connect all the different agents within an economic system, and then on top of that, it's absolutely amazing what you can build. You can build peer-to-peer systems, you can build tokenization, you can build out all of these features, especially underlying ones, that facilitate the economy. The way we like to think of it, if I can just make that final point, the way we like to think of it is this. In Kosovo, there's only one word I would use when people say, what's your experience like living there? It's constraints. Constraints with the visa, constraints with doing business, constraints with working with, you know, it's just constraints. And the way we see that is we see Swinto as a financial platform in order to unlock the economy. That's the thing. We have so much energy and potential in this country, you know, and it's all about just unlocking it, because the moment someone wants to do something, there's an obstacle in the way. There's something immediately. And I think the economy is a good kind of binary code in society to kind of make things be able to be processed easier and run better. And that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. I think we have 6 to 7 minutes, and I want to keep the last question and your answers pretty short, and maybe if there's a question from the public. Fintech rides upon a lot of data, personal information of users, ID numbers, credit card numbers, and this data is further digitalized, processed, and shared for granular analysis from your part in order for you guys to develop greater product, user-friendlier databases, products, and so on. How do we ensure data privacy? So, and I would appreciate if you keep your answers, you know, a minute and a minute half tops. So yeah, I know. It's a short time for answering such a complicated question, but hey, I think we're yeah.
6 letters, PCI DSS. There's a standard which defines all security rules and practices and encryptions and so, and there is no any serious EMI institution which does not apply this standard. So I'm pretty much sure that Swinto applies as well. So the same standard is applied by PayPal, but any, let's say, whichever company you mention, if they don't apply PCI DSS, they could not get, or they cannot get a license from central bank or from the regulatory body. So this is, let's say, the aperitif in this industry.
Yeah, Melita, if you can add maybe from the other side of the coin's perspective, right?
For me, it's easier because our products, yes, they are global, well-known products which have the protocols in place. Maybe Arben, my partner, would be better answering this question. But the thing is that they have the protocol like the banks use, and they have double authentication. Sometimes to our customers, it looks too much, it looks boring, like entering the code, the security code, etc. But yes, the protocols are in place. Yes, it works, and I mean, it's mandatory. You cannot do your work without having. And plus, there is something that in Kosovo is not seemed like something good, but we love it. It is everything can be seen who did what. So audit trail is something that is very, very important to us. And for whatever you do, when you sign in, when you do all the things, it could be traced.
Okay. Rivian, do you have something to add? Or maybe we can give the opportunity to...
really quickly, I agree with what my panelists just said. I just want to add one more thing. I think it's also a question of transparency, and I think it's got to come voluntarily. And what we want to do, and I'd love if others do this, what we want to do is actually just be more transparent with our users, even more, have that communication, publish as much information as we do, call people to our offices, things like that. That's the only thing I'd probably add.
Awesome. Thank you guys for answering my questions. This is a fun and interesting topic. We could do this all day. We have, I think, 3 minutes left. If there's a question from the public, speak now or hold your... Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your perspectives. I've been a user of QuickBooks, and I'm a user of both your apps, so I also have the experience from that end. You mentioned that we lack awareness and that the number of people using these services is not in the level we hope for it to be at this stage. Maybe if we introduce these solutions, and maybe this goes out to IBAS and Swinto, to public services, maybe that's also a way for people to start trying them out and see if they like it or not. Are your solutions ready for two things? One, to pay tickets in buses in Pristina, and to pay for car parking and apps. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. In our perspective, any receiver is similar, so we just apply different rules, and we have the technology prepared in a way that we can configure for each case separately, and we can do it almost like a plug-and-play feature.
Yeah, 100%, of course. I mean, this is classic embedded finance. This is exactly what we want to do, add an interface to that contextual finance background that we have. I think we started something. We were discussing about parking. We're definitely ready if you'll have us on. And for obviously the tickets too. Yes, we are.
Okay, I think the time is up. Thank you again for, I want to thank my panelists first for sharing this platform to talk and explore the opportunities that they have. And I want to thank all the public. See you next time. Thank you.
Right, there we have it. Excuse me, sorry. There we have it. So, just to let you know, if you look round, you can see the young people. There they are. They're ready, they're waiting. They're nervous in their own way, but they're very shortly, in about 10 minutes' time, they'll be gracing the stage, sharing their big ideas. So join us back here in about 10 minutes' time for the future developers, giving their vision, ideas, and perspective as well. So join us back here 10 minutes' time.
Hey, përshëndetje, përshëndetje. Shit. Ideja ke mas 10 vjetë KosICT-s, Ermali mos mu përzi, edhe më thanë që s'ko me bo kur gjë, edhe apet dola qëto në skenë. Edhe malan me moderu për mu personalisht eventin ma të lezetshëm të këtë KosICT-s. Quhet Future Developers, edhe ka të bëj me fmi, besoj që keni me pa gjithë edhe keni mu knaq. Këta fmi, pos që janë kështu, mos të hinë demagogjit ashtë rinia, adhmja, jona, në aknina, me thjeshtu shumë edhe janë inxhiniera të arshëm se cilit për neve që kemi kompani që presim me i punsu ose këta me na punsu neve në të adhmen. Une nuk e kom ditë shumë këtë rëndësi për para, edhe kanë me na vizitu në zyre disa njerës për shkollave fillore, disa fmi ose për shkollave të mesme, edhe nuk e mësha shumë serioza atë punë deri në momentin kur ata u rritën shpejt, kalun 10 vjetë shpejt edhe ata fillun me u bo njerëzit më të kërkum në treg prej neve. Do që ata njerëz që kanë me na vizitu që ne e kemi marrë shumë me neglizhencë ndoshta shpesh atë punë, edhe pse i kemi prit me dashuri, por nuk e kemi përcjell rritjen e tyne, tash janë ata njerëz që na vrapojnë pas tyre ku me i gjetë edhe si me i pru sa më afër kompanive tona. Edhe këtë seni kisha lënë si mesazh për fund se s'vezati shumë, të gjithë njerëzve që janë këtu, që janë pronarët kompanive, menaxherat kompanive, head of HRs, diçka që me pas shumë kujdes me i majt raportet shumë të mira e me përcjell që të rritet që në të mive, me kontribu sa ma shumë në qëtë karierë të tyne se kanë me vrapu mas tyne mas një kohë edhe me i lut me shku me ju bashkan gjitë. Qka kena sëd, i kemi 4 shkolla që unë i du shumë, edhe që i qmoj shumë që janë të bo për Kosovë, edhe që kum shkru që 7-8 vjetë për këto shkolla, edhe që 5 vjetë është Boneveti, shkolla digitale, është J-Coders, edhe shkolla finlandeze. Janë 4 shkolla që, një aplauz për së 4 shkolla të lutna. Po, mos mi maj du në gjepa, pedi, po më shkon. Pjanisi me shkollën Bonevet janë 2 grupe, shkollat i kanë grupe të ndryshme, po i kanë 20 minuta se cila me na tregu që kanë pregadit, edhe pas ta i komentojna ka pak edhe punët e tyne, edhe i lavdojna, në fund i kanë i dhurat vogël, sepse gjitha është sponsorizu për një kompanisë që e duhet, gjithashtu shumë që quhet Gjirafa, që besoj gjithë e njefni, edhe në fund, faleminderit për prezencën, zoti kryetar, ja ndonë kanë i certifikat, kur të përfundojnë, pjanisim, mos të zgati shumë, grupi parë, Bonevet.
Hi everybody and thank you for coming. My name is Nol and we're presenting the ideal city.
Hi, I'm Zana, and in our ideal city, we have buildings, we have more bus stations, lots of garbage, trash cans, more solar panels, and more windmills. Actually, we have just one.
In our ideal city, instead of coal, we use solar panels and windmills for electricity. We have more trash cans so that people don't throw stuff everywhere. I mean, come on, we've all done it once. And we have a lot of bus stations so that everyone can travel around the city in public transit.
And then for public transportation, we have this robot called the M-Bot. This robot will drive around the city and then gather people in the bus and then drive around the city with public transportation.
Ta-da!
një pak aty. This was a perfect solution for our cities, of course. And we have a gift for you, for your whole group, from Giraffa. You have t-shirts for everyone. And you have Monopoly game in Albanian, so you can play it locally. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If that doesn't make you emotional or nothing, well, yeah, I switched it to English because they made me feel a little bit bad. Just to say that I also speak it a little bit. Okay, the second group of Bonevet, I'm not taking a lot of your time. Enjoy, come to the stage. Maybe also present yourself because I don't know the names. Okay.
Një video që tash të del, po problemet teknike.
Zhvillimi I industrisë, rritja e popullsisë ka ndikuar që të kemi mundësi zgjedhjesh të pafundshme. Mirë po, a kemi menduar kostën e gjithë kësaj rahatie? Fryma ka lindur si një nevojë e pashmangshme që të kemi stacione monitoruese mbi kualitetin e ajrit. Në bazë të dhënave të gjeneruara në kohë reale, ne do të mund të identifikojmë qytetet e rrezikuara nga cilësia e pakënaqshme e ajrit, zhvillimin e një plani I cili ndihmon në përmirësimin e gjendjes aktuale të ajrit në Kosovë. Të dhënat të gjeneruara nga stacionet mund t'i lexoni në websajtin ose në aplikacionin mobil të Fryma. Përveç qasis në informim, këto stacione kanë aftësuar më shumë se 200 nxënës adoleshant në rëndësinë e punës praktike dhe grupore dhe ulëmtimit mbi tema që nuk janë shumë të njohura për ta. Si përfundim, kemi 35 stacionet që janë lokalizuar në 22 komuna të Kosovës. Ne besojmë tek fuqia e vullnetit dhe vendosmërisë për të iniciuar ndryshime pozitive në komunitet.
Përshëndetje për krejt, unë jam Lendrita, vi prej shkollës Alfa Omega, edhe këtë vit e kom përfundu vitin e fundet, do me thonë shkollës të mesme. Gjatë këti vitit plot, unë kam pas mundësin që me qenë pjesë e njënës prej garave më të mëdhaja teknologjike në Kosovë, garës që është banë bashkëpunim mes Bonevetit edhe Kosova Makers League, kam qenë pjesë e garës Fryma.
Përshëndetje për gjithë, unë jam Ergita Alia, jam nxënëse e shkollës së mesme Gjingazulli, edhe në këtë vit unë kam qenë pjesëmarrëse e garës Fryma, ku e kemi ndërtu stacionin edhe që shëpot edhe në video, për me një problem që është global, pra në cilësinë e ajrit. Gjatë këtij viti, bashkë me Bonevetin, ne e kemi ndërtu stacionin e ajrit, pra që është përshini edhe të këto që është I paraqitën. Pra me këtë stacion, ne e kemi pas qëllim kryesor që vlerat e ajrit me sensorët e paraqitur në stacion, me marrë sa më shumë vlerat e ajrit, edhe ato vlerat e ajrit me I paraqit me një aplikacion që ka Fryma edhe në website të Frymës.
Gjatë këti viti normal kuptohet që kemi pas raundet ndryshme prej garës. Ajo që ka vlen me odsek është që përmbi 200 nxënësat shkollave të mesme, zbashku me mentorët ose me mësuesit e tyre, kanë marrë pjesë në 5 raundet gjithsej që janë bajt, edhe prej këtyre kemi pas mundësin që me I kriju 35 stacione në 22 qytete në Kosovë. Do me thonë, nëse na sot vendosim për me ba një ecje në natyrë, mirë po nuk e dim nëse ajri është i mirë, nëse ajri është i keq, nuk jemi të sigurt rreth asaj sa me dal ajo, është shumë e thjeshtë ashtu siç e tha edhe Mërgita. Mundi me u kyç shumë lehtë në aplikacion ose në web, edhe në cilin do të qytet të Kosovës, me i po këto motjet cilat bëhen për sa i përket ajrit, edhe me vendos nëse po dalim ose s'po dalim, se qysh janë grimcat e ajrit, grimcat e pluhurit, se qysh janë, do me thonë, djegjet e derivateve në përqytete, cilat zona janë matë pasura, do me thonë, me air pollution ose me air pollution. Qëka tjetër?
Okej, pra përveç se ne kemi zgjedhë një problem madhor, pak të njemi mundu me zgjedhë një problem madhor, na në gjatë kësaj gore, pashto e kemi pas një eksperiencë tjashtë me bashkëpunim me Bonevetin. Pra gjatë këtyne sfidave që kemi qenë edhe si grup, kemi kalu një ko te për të mirë, jemi kënaqur edhe kemi punu me pajisje që nuk na kanë me punu ma përpara. Edhe kemi pas diçka një eksperiencë të re, edhe kemi mësu shumë prej kësaj gare. Ma e pakta që kemi mujtë me mësu. Edhe ju në këtë salë, është vish me pas se çfarë rëndësie ka kualiteti ajrit në vendin tonë.
Edhe unë e kisha ashtu gati se të njëjtën, për gjatë gjithë vitit, puna që e kemi pas me pjesëtar tonë të ekipës, mirë po edhe me ekipet tjera prej shkollave tjera, ka qenë mrekullueshme se ju vetë që kena njoftu me pajisje të reja teknologjike, mirë po e kena pas edhe atë komunikimin më të lehtë, edhe kemi pas shumë përparësi edhe për sa i përket gjuhës angleze edhe gjuhëve të ndryshme tjera programuese, cilat na kanë shërby gjatë kësaj periudhe. Diçka tjetër, besoj se kemi me shtu, për ju gjithë që dëshirani, do me thonë, me pas diçka informata ma shumë për sa i përket cilësisë së ajrit në Prishtinë apo edhe në cilin do qytet tjetër të Kosovës, ju ftojmë që me vizitu webin frima.org ose edhe aplikacionin. Aplikacionin mundeni me e marë si në App Store, ashtu edhe në Google Play. Da më shpjegu këto, për me të kuqe me dverë. Shpjegu.
Faleminderit qika, ishit mrekullueshme, s'paku fëmijët, po na mendojmë për një ambient më të gjelbërt, më të pastër, dhe këto janë dhuratat për juve nga Gjirafa. Faleminderit shumë.
Faleminderit që këto dy grupe ishin të shkollës Bonevet. Tash është shkolla digjitale prej Hanes edhe Darsejt, besoj që jënë këtu, edhe pësë unë s'pisha, po, atje, faleminderit për këtë kontributin Hana, let's make Hana proud, grupi parë.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Rumesa Beice and I'm part of Digital School. This is my 11-year-old friend, Enese. Together we have made a project, a mobile app. The main goal of our project is to aware the user how to protect the environment by using our mobile app. We have been working in this project only for 2 days, and we have made it with App Inventor. Next is going to tell Enese how he made the game.
Hello everyone. Just like
just like Romesa said, my name's Anas, and I'm part of digital school. I created an app where if you're in public and you're walking while you're looking at your phone, the screen of your phone will turn bright red and an alarm will turn on. But if you're not looking at your phone, nothing happens. Now I'm gonna demonstrate it. So now if I'm looking at my phone and I'm walking, an alarm turns on. But if I walk and I'm not looking at my phone, nothing happens. Thank you. Now, if you click the button See More, it sends you to another screen. And if the screen has a few questions, and if you click one of the questions, it sends you to like if you click the first questions, it shows more about our project. Now, if you click the second question, it sends you to a screen, and in the screen there's 4 questions, and if you agree with the answer of the questions, you can tick it, and if you tick it, it says that you agree with the answer.
Okay, next we have 2 more screens. The next one is how to go green in our life. We tried to make a screen to convince the people by using our app how to change their everyday life, and we added some advices that they can use it in their everyday life. Next, we have put some pictures of greenest places on Earth and the most beautiful places on Earth. You can see some of them. And of course, our beautiful country, Kosovo. And next, we have made a step counter. The main goal of this step counter is to count our steps while we are walking. We have 3 buttons. The start button, when we press it and we start walking, the steps increase, also the distance, and it tells us how many simple steps we have. And if we shake it, it increases the shake count. But if we press the second button, which is stop button, and we try to walk and stop, we can see that it doesn't change. So it stays as in the beginning. When we press the reset button, it resets it from the beginning, and you can see that now the steps are 0, the simple steps are 0 also, but the distance remains back. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you. This was great awareness campaign for all of us. Thank you very much. And these are your presents.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. So, saving the planet was never a thing during my childhood. And that's why we have a shitty place right now. But I guess the only way to change it is with kids. And it's so good that we are educating them now in this direction. The second group of Szkoła Digitale, by the way, Szkoła Digitale has 5 groups as far as I'm informed. The second group, please come to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Dren. This is Abyan, and we created an application called the Fitness app. If you're a fitness lover or you just want to keep your body line perfect, you can definitely use our application. First, we created 4 weeks. Every week has 7 days, and every day has different exercises. Next, we created the Run Tracker tool that counts your steps, your simple steps, and your shakes. But we, after working out, we all want to relax, to chill, to play to any game, and that's why we created the nature game. But we wanted also to send a little message to everybody to protect the nature. And in the end, we also added the login and the sign-up screen when you can log and sign into our application.
Hello, everybody. I'm Abian, and this is our app. The fitness app has a plan of 4 weeks, and every week has everyday workout. Every day has different workouts, so you have day 1, day 2, every day of the week. See, they're all different from each other. We also have other features like the running app. Now, if you press start, it will start counting. See, it's counting. I can shake the phone, and it counts the shakes too. And when you reach 20 steps, it tells you about some health effects about walking and how you're helping out the nature because you're not using a car. And you all know that cars release gases, so you're helping out. When you stop, it doesn't count anymore. And when you reset, it says them all to 0. So we also have the feature of music for workout. We have, if you want to work out and listen to music, you can listen to music. We have 3 recommendations that we found on our website, and you can also search songs. Like YouTube is the default browser, but you can also type in Spotify or Apple Music or whatever music app you want to try out. Wait a little bit and then it opens it. As you can see, it opens Spotify. You can listen to any music while you're working out. And also you have the nature game. The nature game is just a game dedicated to nature and helping it out from trash. Now trash falls from up and you drag the trash bin and collect the trash from top. So right now I'm collecting the trash and you have a time of 15 seconds. And you have to do 200 points for 50 seconds. Every 50 points the speed increases. And if you don't do 200 points, you actually lose the game. If you do more than 200 or 200, you win the game. Each trash is 10 points. And yeah, that's how you play the game. And we also have a sign up and login screen. You basically just type in a username, a password. You sign up. It saves your data in a tiny web database. You go in the login page and you type in the same username, same password. You log in, you can change it later, and this is the app. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think this is perfect, and we should all have this kind of app when you go to nature. As you can notice, this year's theme is green, so everybody is green. The applications, the projects that kids from these 4 schools are doing or did during these 2 days are all green. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations.
Nuk e di ju, veç unë jam I fascinu me cilësi gjuhës angleze që po e flasin, edhe sidomos me theks edhe me numër të fjalëve që po di me I përdor. I kisha lutë edhe prind edhe fëmijët që janë këtu me mësu edhe shqip, se po kena këza problem. Mirë shkruhet me edhe shumë shkruhet me në fund. Grupi 3 të shkollës digjitale.
Qështu?
Sorry about that. Hello everyone. Me and Gintrit built a UI design for the application about environment protection. The main reasons that we did this UI design is that to inform the people about that we are destroying the environment around us each day and more. So we are trying to change that and to save it more. So when we click first in the application, we go to the Save the Planet, where the first button is Join Now. And when we press that, we go to the login page. If we don't have an account, we can press the Sign Up button. Then we get to the Sign Up page. And after that...
Hello everyone, I am Gantrit. In this page, I set the map of Kosovo and meditation, and I set the location when we plant trees, our community plant trees in Kosovo, in Pristina, Perizaj, Prizren and Peja, and we set those information. So 2015 visit 25,000 visit us, and 100 plus spices and species, and 15 plus countries involved in our community, and we have 15 plus active projects. And we meditate those main 3 cities in Kosovo, our community planted trees in these countries. And we meditation Pristina, Perizaj, and Prizren. And we have done the donation page, where we have project name, we have the donation, we have the target, budget, and backers. And we set the galleries where are the projects where we want to donate. And this is a transform of new ideas or the project where we want to donate. So this was the UI design app for environment protection. Thank you so much.
This was also great. It seems that you have a lot of things to do in the future and very big plans. Just continue. Success.
Grupi 4 shkolla digjitale. A mund më ardh? So përzi ka pak. Edhe veç prezantonu se.
Hello, I'm Leon. And hello, I'm Angel Berisha, and I've coded the backend part of this theme.
Hi everyone, I'm Ona and I'm going to be presenting a theme we have developed for WordPress which could be used as an e-commerce site. So in this case we have used it as a solar installer business because it needed to be something to do with a green movement or a green theme. So when you click on our page, the first thing you see is a big slider which basically gives you an idea of what our website is about. And while we scroll, we can see a section called monthly offers, which changes depending on the site, their offers and their products. Then we can see a section which tells the user what are some other things we can help with, such as mounting or cleaning. And if they want more information about that, they can contact us. Then we have the latest products, which change depending on the new products we put on our website. So if we put up a new product, then an older one will get replaced by it in this section. Then if you click on one of the products, you go to a page where you can check out more information or just a deeper description about that specific product. And then you have the option to order that product, which is not available in our case because this is not a functioning website. It's just an example that we have used for our theme. Then if you scroll down, you can see the products related to what you are interested in. And if you click on them, they function the same way as the other products. Then you can also check out our other pages, like About Us, which basically tells you a little more about us as a company. And the information page works the same way. It just gives you information about the green movement and what we can do to save our Earth. The user also has the option to search, which functions by the use of keywords. So for example, you search for solar panels, we can see options that are related to your search, and if you click on one of the options, they function the same way as the other products. And if you are planning to use our theme in your site, you can edit everything on it on WordPress, so you don't have to do any of the back-end work. Thank you.
This was great. And of course, this e-commerce site is green. And here's the gift from the biggest e-commerce site in platform in Kosovo, the unicorn Giraffa. This is for you.
Just so you know, to build something like this, my company, we charge about 10,000 euros, so they are doing a good job. What else? The last group of Szkoła decided, right? The fifth group? Come.
Hi everyone, my name is Vesa Susure.
Hello everyone, my name is Ardian Krasnice.
Hello everyone, my name is Lirik Recepi. So we are all students at Digital School, and for today we created a green movement platform that we think that will help a lot with the environment. So right now, in a few seconds, we will have our page right here. So as we all know, the environment right now is not the best, and we have a simple animation here showing us all the problems that we have in our environment. So global warming, air pollution, and all these things like this. So we created this simple intro to show us all the problems that we have. And then we are in the homepage of our platform. So this is the homepage. It's a page that has a lot of information which will teach our users on how to behave better for the environment and for the nature. So right here we have some text that shows a bit about our environment. We have a few green themed games, so we can try one game right now. It's a super simple game. It's kind of like a maze game. The point of this is basically your cursor is the trash, and you should move the cursor to the trash can so that you can put the trash in the trash can where it should be. It's something pretty simple. Everything that we made in this project was made so that for everything that you complete, we plant a tree. So for every game that you play, we will plant a tree. So right now we will go again in the home page. And we will show you another thing that we have. So it's a quiz. So this quiz was made to pretty much learn our users about our environment and what we should and what we shouldn't do to help it. So you can see we have 10 questions in here, and you have a few answers that you can choose from. And if you select the right answer, you will have the tick symbol show up. And then at the end of the entire quiz, you will have a simple pop-up that will show us how many of our questions were correct and how many were not correct. So you can see right here, out of 10 questions, we had 4 correct. So now we will move to another part of the project, which is the blog. So the blog is pretty much some pages filled with information about our environment, what is destroying it, what we should do to help renovate it, and stuff like this. So this is one of the blog pages. We will not take too much time on here. We will show other features. So this is the shop. We created a shop where you can buy green-themed merchandise. So as you can see, we have hoodies, we have some t-shirts, some stickers, and every purchase that is made in here will be donated to a great cause. So pretty much we're going to be planting trees with each purchase that is made right here. It's fully functional. You can click on pay, you can add it to your cart, you can fill the information, and the order will get shipped. So now we will move to another part of the project, and one of the biggest things right here. So we created a school management system that has a few features that are really, really good and will help our nature a lot. So you can register as a school, as a student, as a teacher. It's fully functional. You can grade your students, and we will show you right now. So this is the teacher login page. You can see this is the dashboard. It's a quick overview of the entire project. And then you can click on class. And when you click on class, you have the classes that you created. You can create a class on the top right corner right there. On the create class, you enter your name. There's a code generated. You give that code to your students, and they can log in into your class. When you click on one of the classes, you see you have a list of the students that joined your class. You can grade them in their subject. You can set their missing true or missing false. And you can remove them from your class and stuff like this. Another thing that you can do is you can assign homework. So all you do is you enter your homework title, your homework information. You can put an image related to the homework, and then you click which class you want to send the homework to. Click the send homework button, and the homework is sent. And you can review the homework that your students completed. So these are some homeworks that we did complete. This left view is the homework that the teacher sent. The right view is the student answer and the image they imported. And then the teacher can check if the answer was correct or incorrect. And then based on what the students decides to submit, so if it's the answer of this homework is correct, the student will get a up mark in the class section where the homework is. So right now we will show you what the student view looks like. So this is the student dashboard page. It's a quick page, again, just a quick overview of the entire project. You can click on class right here, and you have your grades. So you can see your mathematics grade, your English grade, biology, how many times you missed and skipped school, and then your completed homework and the incorrect homework, which I showed you a few moments ago. And also we have a little Google chart that visualizes the grades that we got. So then we can click on homework, and this is where the homework our teacher gave us. So there will be boxes like this, and then when you click on them, you have the title, the description of the homework, and the image, and then you can choose your answer right there, submit homework, and it will work. Everything is fully functional, but since the time is limited, we can't go in detail for each and every single thing, so we're just making a quick run through. This is a great feature of the program. So this is a studying timer, and the goal of this thing was basically to help stimulate students to learn more, but also do good for the environment. So for each studying session that you complete, we are going to be planting one tree in places that are needed. So for example, the studying timer is around 25 minutes, but we set it to 10 seconds to show you guys how it works. And as you saw, we had 6 trees planted. When you finish a studying session, we will plant another tree. And then you can have a short and a long break for to relax a bit and then start another session. Another thing that we have right here is online books. So as we know, for books to be created, there is a lot of tree waste, and that is why we created some online books. So pretty much right here, you can click on the books page, and then you will have a view of the books. And then when you click on each book that you want, so for example, we had ecology, mathematics, and English. Based on the button that you click, you will be sent to the book, and you will have the view of the book. So this is the ecology book. It shows us the essentials of ecology, what we should do to help our nature, what we should and we shouldn't do to keep our nature sustainable and stuff like this. So yeah, this was the project that we worked on. We completed it in 2 days, me and my group. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed.
Kur po ndëgjoj këta fëmijë po kompleksohen me anglishtën time, sigurisht është larg prej asaj çka flasin këta, edhe kur po shoh këtë platformë, kjo është çaq multifunksionale sa thjesht kish mujt mu po 3 platforma të ndryshme, prej asaj që e keni nisë që me vedisu për ambient, pastaj për atë pjesën e crowdsourcing, crowdfunding për me mbjell dronjë dhe pjesa plus e lidhun me edukim. Perfekte. Faleminderit shumë, do t'jap tash dhuratat.
Faleminderit shumë njerë për shkollës digjitale. Tash janë 3 grupe të shkollës J-Coders, Fiona, Marigona edhe Arta. Artën s'peshof, në që vëtyjave. Ajtë njerë me dorë mirë pa krejtë, se jeni matë mira vot. Okay. 3 grupet me rënë. Më kujtuni diçka një thonje e mirë për thëmë anglisht, so it says that there is a saying, it says that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. And this is something that this talk is about. Because many years ago it was not easy to satisfy our needs, and I completely understand previous generations that didn't care too much about environment because they had to put something on their bread. And oxygen is not very good when you spread it on your bread. But now it's not like that, and I think it's something which we must teach our kids to do. And I'm just saying things until the people are prepared, so bear with me. You ready? Okay. J-Coders, first group.
Hello everyone, my name is Drem Lause. I'm a student at J-Coders Academy, and this is our project.
Hello everyone, I'm Anila and I'm a student at J-Coders. Today here I have the presentation of the automatic plant feeder. So basically I would like to start the presentation by asking a question. So everybody please raise your hand if you have a plant in your home. Looks like everyone has a plant in their home, and that's just great. When you go on a summer holiday, it's going to take like 2 or 1 week, and you want to relax and just don't want to think about anything else other than just relaxing. So, but that's just impossible because you have plants at home, and you know that when you're going to go back, they're going to dry out and they're probably going to die. And we don't want to see that, so we made an automatic plant feeder. So basically how this automatic plant feeder works is it has a soil moisture system. The soil moisture sensor is right here, And we basically put the sensor inside the plant, and it will tell us on the LCD monitor if the plant has water in it or not. If the plant needs water, it will automatically start the water circulation, and the plant will be watered. By the time the plant is fully watered, the LCD monitor will tell us that, and you know, your plant is not going to die by the time you get back. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone has any questions about how the system works, you can ask a question. No questions, okay, thank you.
So this is just great for me. When I go to the seaside, can I use this system?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And don't answer questions if they don't pay you. Just learn it from now. I've been doing it all my year. That's why I'm poor. The second group from J-Coders. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hello everybody. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming here and supporting us. We really appreciate that. We are from the J-Coders Academy, and we have taken the initiative of creating a game that educates children by cleaning the environment and not damaging it. We believe that the most effective way by doing this is by creating a game, because they already spend most of the time in games, so why not learn something from that? Also, we believe that if this game was impelled to a school, it really would help children by learning that the environment is a really important thing and not damaging them. Now my friends are gonna explain the game and the levels and how it works.
Yeah, hello everybody. We are just going to wait for a second. I'm happy that all of you are here to hear us what we are explaining. So we created a game with coding, and we have worked with 40 members, and we have very good work. We work a lot, and we are happy that we are here right now. So we are waiting. So I'm gonna present to you all. I am Ores Sinani.
I am Amar Malici.
I am Amar Hismone.
And I'm Rubik Hoja.
Like my friend said, because of the schools, every kid that we asked yesterday said, I want to have this game in the school and learn so many things.
Can you tell a joke? You don't know any jokes? Like a simple joke, like a knock-knock joke? Come on, you know a knock-knock joke. Can I tell you a knock-knock joke? Knock-knock. Chew. Bless you. Actually, it was not like that, but it's probably I should. Achoo, okay. Achoo who, and then I should say bless you, right? Okay, now you tell me one. You don't know any knock? Okay. I mean, J-coders need to work on the jokes with you guys, not just IT.
Finally. Sorry guys about that, but that was a technically problem. So as I was saying, we created a game and you have two buttons. It's a quiz button and a play. As you know, every game has a play button, but we also added the quiz button. But we're gonna start playing because everyone wants to play. The first level is in Pristina. It says, largon Beturina nga Prishtina. You're gonna press OK. Then there are 10 garbages. You get them to their bin. So if you get right, you get +1 point in the score. If you get one wrong, it says try another way. That's wrong. So win the round. If you collect all the 10 garbages in their bin, you get the finish button and you get to the next level. Go up. So the game is finished and the finish button. I'm passing the microphone to my friend.
Okay, so this is the second level, and it says klikote pe shko për të kuptuar se çka do luash. Now we have to press OK, and then we're gonna click on the fish, and he says, "Hello there, volunteer. I am the golden fish, and I have a job for you." And then if you complete it in time, he gives you the key to the third level. So in this level, there's a lot of garbage scattered around, land and water. So you have to collect all of them. So, and the score goes up. And then the finish button pops up. But if you get one wrong, this guy comes up and says, "This doesn't damage the earth." So then you go into the other one, and now the level is done, and I have to pass it on to my friend.
So we are here at Drini in Peja City. You have to click the man, and he's going to swim and get all the garbages. And when he presses the garbages are removed and get one score. If you collect them all, you get a teleport point right there, and you go to the next round. So he's swimming right now to get all. If you touch the yellow rows, you get back to start. So like this, yeah. Then if you press the letter R, you get to teleport up. So he's swimming down, and he's swimming right, and he's going right now up to collect the last garbage. So when the garbage is all done, you get the finish button, and if you press the finish button, you go to the 4th level.
The 4th level is about the source of energy. We have here good source of energy and bad source of energy, like gas. If you aim the bad source of energy, you get +1 score. But if you press the good, you got a score -1. If you get 20 score, then you get to the next level. Now it's finished. Now we go to the next level, and it's the 5th, sorry, and you're going to plant trees. Here is an owl, and he's going to ask us a lot of questions if we want to plant trees. If we say yes, he's going to say, let's plant the trees together. But if you say no, he's going to push us to plant trees for a better world. You have to get 20 points, and then the owl goes and he's done for the job.
Now we're on to the 6th level. We are in a recycling factory, and we have to recycle all the garbages we have got from the beginning. So you have to drag, and then they go right at the end, and there's just that left. There you go. And then when they go to the end, you get the finish button, which leads you on to the next level, which is the last level in this game.
So this is the 7th level and the last level of our game. This is the snake game. As you all know, this was in Nokia. So he needs to eat trash, but if he eats his health, he's gonna die. Start the game again. If you eat trash, you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And when you collect their score 5, it says you win and win the game. So that was our project. Thank you all for your attention, and we are happy that we are here.
I'm just gonna last question. Have you do you want to any questions for the game, like how we made it?
No.
Okay, no one. I just want to say sorry for the late arrivement, and thank you all for your attention.
It was a little bit long presentation. Nevertheless, it's the best way of learning how to preserve our environment is through games. And you did an excellent job, and this is a gift from Giraffa. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Now is the last group, right? Or am I missing something? Any more groups? Is it done? Finished school? Okay. The 4th and the last school, and they don't have a lot of groups, only like 17, I think. And no. J-coders again? Okay. third group from J-Coders, and then we have finished school with 17 groups. We're going to enjoy it. Are you ready? Or we tell a joke? We tell a joke. So J-Coders, pretty good with robotics, very bad with jokes. That's the thing. You should add a course or something in your curriculum.
Okay. Test. Hello everyone, we are the web developers group of J-Coders. So we have our project Ecotopia, and I am Albion Mehmedi, and these are the other developers.
My name is Nartaliti, I'm 14.
My name is Donatisa.
My name is Mohamed Tahiri.
So, hello. This is our project Ecotopia. Let's make recycling fun. So our workflow, we had a big problem, the recycling and pollution. So plastic is a really big thing, so we need to make pollution of plastic is really a problem. So we had a few ideas on how to solve it. We have 2 ideas. The main one was to make an information web page to tell you about how plastic pollution is a problem. So, but we have another idea because we have a lot of information web pages. So we wanted to give you more a solution than an information. So what we had the idea is to make recycling fun. What we offer, our project grants people benefits by recycling waste. So our webpage focuses on making a habit out of recycling by giving points to people who recycle.
Okay, so we pretty much made a website. This is pretty much the preview of the website. This is going to be the homepage. So it says help us recycle bottles so we can have a better environment. Also, for us to make it user-friendly, we have an idea to not make too much buttons, so it's not going to have a lot of problems with users. This is the Learn More page, so you have the button to press Learn More in the home page. And on this, we pretty much tell what are we trying to accomplish and what's our idea on accomplishing that. So what are we trying to accomplish? We are trying to make the world a better place by making recycling easier for people. By that, our idea is to give profit to the users of the website that recycle. So to do that, we need to make some kind of system that we need to make a kind of system that it's gonna show you how many points you get for a bottle that you recycle. Also, we have some offers that you can buy with the points that you gather on the website. So of course, to save these points, you need to make an account, so you have to sign up, and then you will have your profile preview. So this is what the profile preview will look like. So you will have, they will show you how many points you have, what active offer do you have, and it will show you how many bottles you have recycled of what type. Also, we have the option to copy links. So if you copy link and share it with your friends, and then your friends join our website from your link, you will get rewarded by 2 times points for 1 hour. And we pretty much try to make a competition so you can have like friends on the website and have a competition who has more points and stuff. So of course, to make this thing happen, we need some partners, and we took like a preview of what we think it would be good, and this would be pretty much a good thing to have these as our partners. This is this are we. And we made this project, so now you will have a little preview of the website.
So we also have a demo, if you can see it. So this is the demo, what you saw here, but working with code. So when you touch Learn More, you can see that you're going to learn more about our project, what we are trying to accomplish, what is our idea. So what we are trying to accomplish, we are trying to make a habit out of recycling and so give you something in return also, because we know when you get something in return, you want to do it a lot more. So our idea is that. Here we have a point system, so if you have 0.5 liters bottle, you get 5 points, 1.5 liter 10 points, and 10 liter 50 points. And those points, when you can use them for our offers. We have a light offer which gives you a 50% sale on traffic urban. We have a standard one which gives you 20% sale on traffic urban and 50% sale on groceries, and the premium that gives you all of that but 2 times more points when you recycle. To keep up with your points, you need to make an account.
Accounting.
Money. So this is your account. You can see points, what active offer you have, how many bottles you recycled. You can copy your link and share it with friends. When you do that, you will get 2 more points for 1 hour. And also you can see your friends, which you can have a competition with them. We also would have partners to make this happen. So we would showcase them like this. These are not our partners because we don't have them, but if we had them, we would showcase them like this. So if you have any questions or any idea to make it better, we are free for ideas.
Thank you for your attention.
Perfekt, tash ja kemi nis me fol pak business, projekte, pak ma komerciale, pak ma ndryshe, pi vjen era pak ndërmarrësi. Faleminderit Djema dhe këto janë dhurata për juve.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. You know, the greatest danger that our planet faces is the idea and the belief that someone else will do it and not us. You know, that someone else will recycle, that someone else will plant a tree, or someone else will do something good for the planet, but never us. And until that changes, it will always be a threat. While the 4th school gets ready with the teams, I think we have 5 teams or 6? 6, okay. 6 teams. Grade school, finish school. We need to make it faster, everybody, and to try to finish some of the discussions a little bit faster. The 3 groups that just finished were from, come to the stage. The 3 groups were from J-Coders. Just so I share something personal, my kids, so my daughter was part of Bonevet and Shkolla Digitale, and she had an amazing time there. And my son will be a part of J-Coders School. And probably in the future, if I had a lot of money, I will take them to Shkolla Finlandese, but that's like a joke towards Aletin, but he's not here, so that's good. And it's not just the coding that they learn there, it's just the social stuff, and you can see the English skills, and all of these other things surrounding technology are as important as what the kids are saying here. You have big shoes to fill, you see? I'm talking a lot. You ready? Good.
Yeah.
You're so handsome. Continue.
So, hi, I'm Jacob from Finnish School of Kosovo, and I created a summary video of the Finnish school. And it uses animation, and the things I use for it are Lego and a simple app called Smoothie. I then put it all together myself using iMovie. So it's about 30 seconds, and sit back and enjoy it.
This was great. Here you go, you're present. So you will learn Albanian from this Monopoly in Albanian, right? And you will play it with your friends at Finnish school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You didn't tell us where you're from, by the way. You forgot to tell us. You forgot to tell.
I'm from England.
You're from England. Nice to have you here. Thank you. The second group, join us. Oh, the second guy.
Hello everyone. I am Enise. I study at Finnish School of Kosovo. I create some web pages. This is one web page for the Finnish School of Kosovo. Welcome to Finnish School of Kosovo. I create this with languages programming, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, and Bootstrap. About school, I put some text here about school, and I put one picture from school with animation. Our teacher, our professor are also of other nationalities. These are not our professor, but is, for example, transportation. Our student feedback from grade 12, last student. And contact now. You can contact us for more. We create one calculation where is functional. You can test. And clear all. We make this with JavaScript and design with CSS. My garden. This website is for my garden, for help people, for create a garden. How to create a garden, choose a location, and plan your garden beds, invest in basic garden tools. Top 6 places with beautiful gardens. And this is footer. You can visit our page in Facebook and Instagram. And we have another project, application. You can contact here. We are students from Finnish School of Kosovo who designed this website.
How many of you designed this? How many together, I mean?
Me and 11th grade.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Consequences of COVID-19 in Kosovo. This website is about COVID-19 and its damage in Kosovo. We create and another application for with Figma. Damages in Kosovo. We make 3 boxes, one for cases with COVID-19, medicine during COVID-19, and economy during COVID-19. And some statistic, one for 2020 and another for 2022. And economic crisis, 2 boxes. This is application, Clean Kangaroo, login. Choose laundry store or request service. Profile. Log out. Save address. And we create another model websites with Figma design. Take charge of your finance. Some categories. Some picture here. You can download for free. Security, your data is secure. And support. Some picture here. One comment. You can download for free or premium. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any question?
Questions will come later, but I am impressed with the knowledge of programming languages that these kids have, all of them using all these technologies. Bravo for you.
Third person from Finnish school. By the way, I run one of the biggest software companies in the country, and my website is not as good as these guys. So that's pretty proud to be of. What's your name?
Ulex.
Ulex. Keep your microphone higher and raise your voice.
Hello, I'm Ulex Golemi. I'm in 7th grade in Finnish school. And I created a test in Python which tells you if you have anger issues. And the way the project works is it uses a simple value, and every time you say yes to a question, it adds 10 points to the value. And if you have 50 points in the value, that means you have anger issues. As you can see here. Would anyone want to answer to a question or no? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, right. Let's see how angry I am. So yes, let's go for yes. Sometimes. I can only say yes or no, right?
And sometimes. And sometimes.
Oh, and sometimes. No. 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 I think I know the rules of your game, so. I can't see the bottom bit. Sometimes. When it's warm, yes. Nope. Yes.
Congratulations, you don't have anger issues.
All right, okay. Thank you, great.
Does anyone have any questions?
This was perfect. Continue with the good work. Thank you.
Thanks God it wasn't me. I would be like completely insane or something, which is quite normal for me. Okay, the next group in line from Finnish school. While they come, I think I didn't mention in the beginning, but ProCredit is the main sponsor of this stage, and we have to thank them so much for supporting STIC and KosICT. And my arch nemesis company, Kutia, which we love so much. Thank you, Kutia, so much for doing it for the stage. And all the other sponsors, the EBRD, always there. I don't know where she is. She was here somewhere, but I don't know where she is right now. Can we find? Oh, she went to smoke. Okay, when she comes back, I'll mention. EBRD is one of the leading institutions that helped IT in general in Kosovo and very understanding with our needs. And then the other sponsor, Wasabi, and the rest, and UNDP as well. You girls are ready? Ready?
Hi, I'm Vera, and this is my partner Lea, and we're from Finnish School of Kosovo, and we're in 4th grade, and we made a robot called R2D2, and he's from a film called Star Wars.
Hi, and here we got some magnets, and it's basically made out of magnets with sound effects and light effects. So if we turn a button on here, then it's a big magnet behind, a big battery behind that makes all the electronic go on. So there's basically a little twist here. And then it puts the light on with the sound effects. So it's basically made out of magnets, a big battery, and light effects and sound effects. Thank you for coming, everybody, and listening. That's all for today.
This was awesome, girls. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much, girls.
Roberts, yeah.
It was crazy when she introduced her friend. She said she's my partner, and I loved it so much. Okay, the fifth. I'm sorry, just lost count.
Hello, my name is Eric Kachaniko, and I would like to present my video game that I made. So it's on my iPad, so I have to play with the camera. I'll talk about it right now. The game is called KosICT Finnish School Game. So I'm trying to make a realistic game. So in the game, it's not a survival game. It's just a game where you could just walk around, swim, climb the mountain, which is really hard. The jump button lets you jump, and this is the movement button over here. If you get up to the top of the mountain, you will get a badge saying on the bottom, right bottom of your screen, saying that you've reached the top of the mountain. The badge gives you the ability to fly, but once you leave the server and come back, the badge will no longer be there, which basically means you're not allowed to. You have to try to get it again. Right now, I'm just walking, trying to do the normal stuff, and if I try to walk the mountain, it'll take me a lot of time. So I would like to now explain what the game mostly is about. The game mostly tells you what life is about and what it can be. Also, while you're like walking in the game, you can also talk with other people or go to the restaurant and just eat something and like basically try to survive. And that's basically all for my game.
This was lovely. It reminded me of Mario somehow, you know, playing Mario. But they don't know who Mario was at that time.
Yeah, most of them don't, but
No,
Mr.
no,
Kachaniko,
they don't.
I love your shoes, Mr. Kachaniko. They are very nice. And the game was awesome.
Congratulations. This is a gift from Giraffa.
Thank you so much. The last group for today?
Something with robots, something.
With robots?
Something. It's
Oh, no?
not?
It's not?
It's a game.
Oh, it's a game.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Malik Krasniche, and I will be presenting a game today that I made. The name of the game is Space UFO Bro, and it's about a UFO. You'll see right here. Basically, you just try and shoot the aliens. If you shoot all the aliens, then you win. But if you don't, if you touch an alien, then you'll lose. It's if you touch these neon things, then you'll also lose. But you can just break those. So, if you go to the end, you'll have to fight a boss. When you finish the boss, then you'll get the end credits, and it'll tell you how many aliens you've killed. Let's see how many aliens I killed, and I've killed 12. And that is my game. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
This was great. Where can I find this game? Because I would like to play it to kill the aliens.
I have not published it online.
Oh, great. Can you tell me when you do?
I don't know how to, that's why.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a gift from Giraffa. And maybe you will invite.
Yeah, before I invite the mayor, just to say, it's Saturday, it's afternoon, we are tired, and it's still full house looking at these beautiful kids and these great ideas. I'm so thankful for you. And if you ever get disappointed with our country, with something which comes to your mind, just think of this moment, because there is hope in this place. Thank you so much for the schools and what you're doing with our kids. Please don't stop. Our mayor, the floor is yours. Please, let's share some love with the kids as well. This will work. It's ready.
Yeah, well done, everybody. I'm super delighted to see all these geniuses. Well done. Very proud of you. The future of Pristina is bright, and Kosovo as well, of course. So we would like to give you some certificates as a thank you for participating. So first one, I think it's from Bonevet, Lendrita Hassani. Lendrita? Lendrita, well done. I saw your fantastic product. So thank you. Thank you and congratulations. Congratulations. And the next certificate goes to Margita Aliyai. Big applause for Margita as well. Fantastic team, you two. Congratulations. Urima. Next one goes to Jin Rahmani. Jin? Yeah. Well done. Here we go, Jin. Congratulations, Jin. Next certificate goes to Nol Korenica. Bravo, Noli. Yeah. Urime, bravo. The next one to Anik Seferi. Bravo, Aniki. Bravo. A kime mnimu me ndreq me rregullu qytetin. Apo? Krejt ju e kom pa prezentimi fantastik. Na zgjedh gjitha problemet. Bravo. Edhe certifikata tjetër shkon te Zona Berisha. Bravo Zona, bravo. Që. Tash I kemi certifikatat për J-Coders. Para shkon te Nart Aliti. Bravo Narti. Urime. Bravo. Tjetra te Viona Krasniqi. Viona. Masa ne vazhdojmë me Dren Vlasi. Bravo Drini. Urime. Eja këtu të lutem. Me radh, tash kemi Anila në Gjipi. Bravo Anila. Urime. Albion Mehmeti. Albion, faleminderit shumë për punën fantastike. Tjetra shkon te Donat Isa. Urime Donati. Faleminderit. Certifikata tjetër shkon te Muhamet Tahiri. Bravo Muhamet. Lumë. Orest Sinani e merr tjetrën me radhë. Urime Orest. Certifikata radhës te Amar Maliqi. Lumt Amar, bravo. Rubik Hoxha. Urime Rubik. Edhe prej J-Coders I fundit Amar Hismoni. Bravo Amari. Lumt. Tash me radhë kemi shkollën digjitale, po filloj me Dren Shala. Urime Drini, faleminderit. Enes Kyçyku. Bravo Enesi. Gentrit Sinani. Urime Gentriti. Ardian Krasniqi. Urime Ardian. Faleminderit. Leon Hajdari. Bravo Leon. Urime. Rumesa Beici. Urime Rumesa. Urime. Lirik Recepi. Urime Lirik. Vesa Susuri. Bravo Vesa. Urime. Angel Berisha. Angel Urime. Faleminderit. Ana Hasani. Urime Ana, të lumt. Abjan Belalari. Urime Abjan. Edhe Art Ferrati. Urime Arti. Edhe tash e kemi grupin e fundit, certifikatat për shkollën finlandeze, po filloj me Enis Kasumin. Enis, urime Enis. I lumt. Jacob Moxon, yay. Jacob, congratulations. Urime. Ulix Golemi. Ulixis qenë ka këtu. Erik Kaçaniku. Bravo Erik, urime. Lea Jashari. Lea, urime Lea. Vera Krasniqi. Urime Vera. Mal Krasniqi. Mal dush me ma gjetë që atë lojë dyqysh dikun me më marë. Urime. Eloj Luka. Mos është, së është aja? Ajo, okej. Jonila Tahiri. Apo vjena? Vrapo, gutu. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Urime. Urime. Edhe Rejana Reshani. Rejana? Bravo, bravo, bravo. Urime, urime, urime. Urime, urime. I lumt. I lumt. Majica. Wow. E ardhmja e Kosovës, a?
Gjithsesi.
I lumt, urime në ju drojtë, trokitje shumë të fortë. Bravo, bravo.
Këta janë krejt kampionët e sodit. I ftoj edhe udhëheqësit e shkollave të vinë për një foto të përbashkët me nxënësat të 4 shkollave që na kanë zbukuru këtë KosICT. Udhëheqësit e shkollave, please, on stage, edhe një fotografi, edhe me një falenderim shumë të madh për sponsorin e kësaj pjesë të KosICT-s, Gjirafës.
Urime, urime. Ajde, dhune po dalë që atje mrapa dikun.
Bravo të gjithve. Faleminderit shumë.
Urime, bravo, i lumt.
Faleminderit kryetarit Roma, që në ndëroj me prezencën dhe në ndihmoj me i shpërnda edhe certifikatat për fitusit, apo për pasusit e fëmijëve. Po sikni të gjithë, sepse tani kemi një pjesë që do të mbajmë të shkurt fare, por është një iniciativë e 2 kompanive tona, antare të STIK, Kutijës dhe Link Plusit për ndarjen e bursave për gra të cilat dëshirojnë të studiojnë programim. Dhe kjo është një mundësi e artë për të gjitha ato gra dhe vajza që e zgjedhin si zgjedhje karriere trajnimi në IT. Arianit, Ermal, pipresim edhe 2-3 minuta. Ose Liridona, edhe Donika, këtu jeni.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Danica from Coders Lab. We're happy to be here today. Coders Lab offers training in IT. And in collaboration with Kutia, we're offering 17 scholarships for women in IT. I wish the best luck of them. And we're going to present today the winners of these 17 scholarships.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be here and present Kutia. Quality education and gender equality are two of the SDG goals that Kutia is committed to. And I'm very happy that in this initiative we're bringing two of them together. 17 girls today will have the opportunity to follow IT professional trainings in Betrut Academy and Coders Lab. I would like to thank Coders Lab for joining us in this journey. I believe that by time other companies will join us too, and in order to make a much bigger impact in our community. Just for your information, 255 applications were received. 31 of them got shortlisted, and today we will together be witnesses of choosing 17 of them. Good luck to everyone. If someone who sees their name or listens to their name here is here in the stage, I welcome them to join us. If not, please know that we will inform you through email. Thank you very much. Now we can start the ceremony. Okay, I'm just reading the names. We will also make them public in our social media. Aduresa Suleimane, Behare Konjufca, Jet Lajqi, Filiza Kastrate, Gjevrie Nezire, Kujtez Pacharize, Leona Syla, Tringa Krasniqe, Erza Osmane, Artina Bektashi, Dian Azeme, Odeta Qoqaj, Ida Spahio, Altin Saliho, Erza Lume, Kaltrina Morina dhe Zana Guda. Suksese! Nëse dikush nga fitueset është prezente, ju ftojmë, nëse jo, takohemi gjatë javës tjetër dhe gjitha informacionet e tjera do t'i ndajmë ju. Faleminderit.
Right, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have come to that's it. That was the last part of for this year's edition of KosICT 2022. Listen, 11 times every year for 11 years, this has unfolded. This has happened. Over the last 2 days, what has happened? Naturally, conversations, inspiration. We've been listening to stories of the past, stories of right now, and things that happen in the future as well. But there is one person, and one person only, we need to say thank you to, who is responsible for literally all of this. We've heard from her a little bit later on. I think she's just popped out, but we need her back here. Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the woman, the one and only, Vioța Chavole. Come on. That's right. Keep clapping for the woman. Right. 11 times. After 1 or 2, I guess it probably feels really proud. But after 11, how does it feel right now to come to the end of the 11th edition of KosICT?
It's very exciting, of course.
And you only do it with 5 people, right? Only 5 people?
Nah, yeah, of course, there are main 5 people, but a lot of supporters around. It's the main core team is made up of 5 people, but the rest are all supporters, helpers all the time, doing their job to make this happen. Sponsors, partners, board members, members of STIC. So everybody is involved. It's not only, you know, it's not easy to make such a conference, and I'm very proud to say that we did it together, of course, and I want to give an appreciation or to name my staff, Art, who was in charge for everything what is happening here on technical things. Please, come.
Look at it, Art. What a man. What a man.
Aldo, who was dealing with all social media and contacts with speakers, doing a great job. Hekuran, who was the main contact point for all the speakers and made it happen, made it smooth for everybody, you know, to come and enjoy the visit here in Kosovo. And Lerina, she is the main person because she has finances, my friends, so we all depend on her. Whenever it comes for finances, here she is. So we are 5 people, core team, but I must say that we had a lot of helpers, and we have all-time volunteer for 11 editions, Fiola. And also volunteers, please come to stage, everyone, for a group photo. And we have also volunteers from previous years that were joining us again and again and taking a day off just to be with us. And it's amazing. It seems that they'd like this conference and like to be volunteers. And I would invite all of you here to come to the stage for a group picture because all of you made this happen. See you next year on 6th and 7th of October 23. Thank you. Okay. Photo? Okay, we are waiting for a photo first.
Yeah, come on. Come on
Okay.
stage, a quick photo.
Please, everybody. And we want to thank all the sponsors, starting from ProCredit, EBRD, Kutia, UNDP, Wasabi, and a lot of supporters and sponsors. Please come to the stage. Everyone, please. Everyone. Diora, she was in charge for social media, please. You're in charge for KosICT social media presence. And of course, my dear friend Peter, coming again and again in Pristina to be part of KosICT.
I love it. I love coming here, and it's getting better every year. It gets even tougher for the team to put on a conference every year, but you seem to do it so well and so smoothly. So I love coming back, and I hope I'll be here next year, maybe.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everyone. See you next year.